Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
53 days since the last competition day for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's been almost a full 2-month break for the best 102 anglers in the world. But here we are back again, this time up north. First leg of our northern swing AFTCO Bassmaster Elite here at Lake St. Clair. Macomb County, Michigan is the host this week. We're excited to send out the full field on one of the best smallmouth fisheries in the country. And it is a big playing field that we have in store this week. Not only Lake St. Clair, we've got a couple other lakes involved as well, as I've got our guys Mike Sukon and legendary angler and host Davey Height with us in studio today for our Minco to Unlock the Lake. Davey, big playing field, 430 square miles of playing field. Average depth 11 feet, maximum depth 27. A lot more adjustments guys have to make this week.
Absolutely. A big playing field. You can see there 430 square miles, but it's really hard to imagine how big that is just simply looking at the map, looking at the Minco to Unlock the Lake. If you've never been there, you can't realize Lake St. Clair looks like a little small lake there compared obviously to Lake Huron and Lake Erie, but it is not a small lake. So a huge, huge playing field. And talking to some of the anglers, it sounds like we're going to see anglers in all three lakes, Lake Huron, Lake St. Clair, and Lake Erie, along with the St. Clair River and the Detroit River. So great tournament. Looking forward to it here this week.
We're excited to have you in. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We're going to be missing our guy Tommy Sanders. We're going to try to hold down the fort for him. He is on an important call elsewhere, but we're excited to have you joining us today. Ronnie Moore here with Davey Height and Mike Sukon. And Davey, we just talked about it. Bigger playing field than we've had really at Lake St. Clair for this event in a long time, because obviously we have St. Clair, we have Canada in play, U.S. in play, Huron and Erie as well. I know that we've seen hints of it in the past on those other lakes. Do they have a shot of factoring big time in the top 10 this week?
Oh yeah, absolutely. All three lakes, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, Lake St. Clair, will definitely be a factor. But the cool thing about this, it's just another Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, so to speak, but it's really not. You go to like a lay lake we had in Alabama, just doesn't seem like all that long ago. Small playing field, but now everyone can spread out. They can look for largemouth or smallmouth. Most of the anglers will be targeting the smallmouth bass. A big playing field. You have to factor in the wind and the recreational traffic on the weekend.
Yeah, the recreational traffic gets a little bigger when you get up on the Great Lakes. And Mike Sukon, speaking of that, you dropped some knowledge on us. There's 5 lakes that we consider Great Lakes in the world. But at one point, Lake St. Clair was a 6th one.
Yeah, and then they deregulated it from being a 6th lake. People complained about it, and they said, no, let's take that off. It was actually the 6th Great Lake for a while.
But for this week, when it comes to fishing, we will consider this a Great Lake because it is fantastic for fishing. So that brings us to our over-under, guys. We've kind of got the winning weight dialed in for the most part, but the question when we come up for smallmouth, will we get treated to phenomenal fishing over under 100 pounds to win? It could be a great fishery, but will it reach iconic marks, Davey, 100 pounds?
Yeah, it's a great fishery. Obviously, we've been here many times. All of the anglers love to come to Lake St. Clair, obviously visiting Lake Huron and Lake Erie. I'm going to say we're going to be a little short of the over-under 100 pounds. I think it'll be a little short of 100 pounds. A lot of that because of the time of the year. A lot of big frames on these fish, but these fish, they burn so much energy, so many calories, so many fish calories, I guess you could say. Well, when they're spawning, these smallmouth are so aggressive, these fish will be a little lighter than normal, so I'm going to say under.
Such, he just said under. I can't have you guess under as well, but just tell us, what do you think of weight-wise? We've seen it in the 80s.
Guys, we're talking 21 pounds.
Yep.
You'll be in the top 10, 21 pounds a day, 84, 85. In that range, about 85 pounds is going to be the winner.
One thing that always stays the same at Lake St. Clair, though, and our next couple of venues in the Elite Series, you better have really good weight if you want to make the top 50. We expect the weights throughout the field to be very good, 16 to 17 pounds possibly. Each day to make the top 50 as we go out to Brandenburg Park, a little bit different takeoff location in Macomb County, Michigan this week for our Elite Series field. Happy to be with them hosting 102 pros. Heading out, we will not have Josh Strassner. He has departed from the Bassmaster Elite Series after having some weird circumstances, but we're so grateful to have had him on the Elite Series the last few years, and we're missing Keith Poche this week. So 102 anglers, Davey Height, fighting for 50 spots to make the weekend. And if you make the weekend, anything can happen. Everyone's shooting for that top 10 on Sunday.
Yeah, this is one of those tournaments definitely going to be really, really tight to make the top 50 and then also make the top 10 and to win. I think it's going to be really, really close. Just a matter of ounces to see who's going to hold that blue trophy up come championship Sunday.
As we do see some of the sights from Takeoff this morning, some guys already catching a limit. Some guys have been fishing for a while. Some guys still running their big motor to get to their first spot. Like you said, Davey, compared to the other Great Lakes, Lake St. Clair doesn't look all that big. But when it's probably, I don't know exactly how many miles across, but when it's at least probably 50 miles across, 40 miles north to south, it becomes a big playing field, especially with a little hint of breeze as we get out earlier this morning with Clark Wendland.
Yeah, you just see Clark Wendland there. You're looking out across Lake St. Clair. And a lot of the lake you cannot see from one side to the other. You have to be over in one corner to be able to see that. Clark's hooked up.
Wendland with a great track record here. He may be from Texas, but he might as well have been born with smallmouth DNA in his system. He is top 10 almost every time we go to the St. Lawrence River. He is top 5 the last 2 times we've been here at Lake St. Clair while being on the Elite Series. So there's something about smallmouth and big, wide open water for Clark Wendland where he feels right at home.
Yeah, he does, and he's always been that way. Back when he started fishing the Bassmaster Trail in the 90s, Clark has always been someone you had to keep an eye on when you were looking at these smallmouth fisheries.
I remember him telling me he had to get used to it. You had to get used to running the big water. Like you did too. Story I looked back and you said it's kind of intimidating the first time you get up there, but you're very respectful of the water and you learn more each time you go.
Absolutely, absolutely.
See that fish? It looks really big in the water, Davey, but one storyline that we're covering this week is obviously we've been here multiple times before, the 6th Elite Series field to fish St. Clair since the inception, and all the other times have been late August or late September. We are in late July. What's that do for the size and the state of these fish? As they look the same, but they may weigh just a little different.
Yeah, it's just really incredible how much less these fish will actually weigh when you put them on scales. The frames are the same, obviously, but these smallmouth bass are very, very aggressive when they're spawning. They have to fend off the perch and gobies, that sort of thing, so they lose quite a bit of weight during the spawn. And if you're from down south and never been up here, a lot of that spawn takes place in June.
We get out to one of our most recent champions at Lake St. Clair, had the iconic Angler of the Year championship. He's won 2 of those on smallmouth places, one at Mille Lacs and one at Lake St. Clair. Seth Fighter dominating that event, having 77 pounds, 15 ounces for just 3 days of competition. Well on pace for the century mark. That's why we have to ask the over-under question. And Davey, it's dangerous. If the field had a Bassmaster live camera in their boat to view the show, they'd be worried seeing Seth Fighter already off to a hot start.
Yeah, that tournament it was only 3 days, but he had 77 pounds. He certainly would have broken that 100-pound mark here on Lake St. Clair. And he fished Lake St. Clair. In that particular event, they can only fish there. So it certainly has a possibility. And then when you add Lake Huron and Lake Erie in there, it certainly could happen. But that event was a little later in the season. That was
for sure.
Last
week of
year,
September.
I guess. So
He says the only time he's found him schooled up on a specific small area.
Yeah, and a lot of that had to do with time of year also. So.
And they were big. He
Yeah.
caught a 612, and that was on day 1 when he couldn't run to his school. He just found himself alone at a community hole and caught 26 pounds, 12 ounces on day 1.
I think it was one of the best ways to end an elite season. I think he made less casts without fish catches than he did. Normally you go fishing, you have a lot more no fish catches than fish catches. I think it was the opposite for Seth Fighter.
It was funny when he turned to his cameraman and just looked, hey, I didn't catch one on that cast.
Yeah, that's weird. Something's wrong with my bait. As we get out to Seth Fighter Live, that was earlier this morning, right after our Facebook Live pre-show. Seth Fighter still gets bumpy out there, even with low wind projections today. We do have very, very good weather, considering the fact we are up north, and it can get dicey as he's hooked up with another one.
Ronnie, you mentioned that Chad Pipkins is going to Erie, and a storm rolling through yesterday. He thinks possibly might have muddied his spot up. He's worried about that. He's not there yet, I don't think.
But he might have had it for a second.
Other than that storm yesterday afternoon, the anglers had really good weather in practice, and it's good to be able to get around and navigate and cover water because, as you can see here, looking at Seth Fighter catching this fish live, just a little wind creates some 3-foot waves on Lake St. Clair, and that slows you down.
Man, I'll just eat it if you let them. Really know how I think you'll be all right.
Very, very important to weigh these fish and don't make mistakes culling because this is going to be a tight event. Every ounce.
So locked in at 3 pounds, but he ain't 3. He's like 284, I think.
We're in live mix.
Said Bernie Schultz had the lead with 17 pounds. Jacob Fouts has just eclipsed him by half a pound with his limit fish.
He may be a southern angler now, but he is a northern angler at heart, grown up in the Ohio region.
Not a whole lot, but we'll take it.
We've seen that Seth Fighter hold up their Davy height where it's 2 5-pounders or 2 4-pounders, and you're trying to figure out which one to cull. There is now in the process of culling. He has 3 3s and 2 that are just under 3 pounds, but every ounce is going to count early this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, talking to these anglers yesterday, most of them hope they don't have to weigh in 3-pounders, especially like a low 3. A 3.5, 3 3/4 much better.
If you were bold in years past, you might not have even put a 3-pounder in the live well because you expected 5 4-pounders or bust at Lake St. Clair, but you might as well get started. It was very, hey, we've seen some guys make the wrong decision doing that, but a guy who has made a lot of great decisions, but we've not questioned him, but we've been a little concerned for the top of that Progressive Angler of the Year leaderboard, as we have a lot of anglers, really great southern largemouth fishermen that have stumbled for smallmouth in the past, and Kyle Welcher being one of those guys. He's now in his 4th year, so we go out live with him, and he has fished St. Clair, Champlain, St. Lawrence almost every year. At what point as a southern angler do you really start to get comfortable on these plays and understand as he's hooked up?
You know, some anglers a lot sooner than others. It just kind of depends on when it starts clicking for you. Hopefully it has for Kyle Welcher. When talking about if he could hold on to the Angler of the Year lead, you know, my thoughts there are he's had enough time and he's had enough of experience on these lakes and fishing these smallmouth fisheries that I think he's certainly got enough history under his belt, so to speak, to do well here in these next 3 events.
He's got forward-facing sonar now.
Yeah, that's a big game changer, and we could speak to that all weekend long. This is one of the, if not the best lakes in the world for forward-facing sonar, just because these fish are nomadic. We've seen other lakes where they're nomadic, but there's no real contours for them to change too much. You know, to go a foot, it's half a mile.
Not big enough to risk him dying.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, and we'll talk about that throughout the week. But to see Kyle Welcher now leading Angler of the Year and Brandon Cobb, both relatively young anglers. I mean, when I'm looking at, you know, whether they're younger or older anglers might be a little different than you do, Ronnie, but neither one of those anglers use forward-facing sonar a lot. And especially Brandon Cobb, I've fished with him a number of times and talked with him a lot. So you don't have to have that to do well, but this is one fishery where almost every angler I've talked to says, man, you have got to have it at Lake St. Clair. This is a place where, you know, as most places, it's like a tool that you'll use a little bit throughout the day, but here it's almost like your outboard engine or your trolling motor. I mean, it's something that you really have to have here on Lake St. Clair.
Yeah, out in the abyss, bobbing and floating around, you can go all day without a bite and think this is the worst lake in the country, but you could realize you were just 100 feet, 100 yards away from maybe the best spot in the lake, just because it is so featureless. As we get out with our Classic champion, Jeff Gustafson. It's been a little while since we've seen him. He got to say that.
That feels good. We're still like 100 yards from the dot and they're showing up, so that's a good sign. Ooh. It's not a jumbo, but it's a nice one. Oh, come on. Oh, man. Oh, they're freaking hard to grab. I just got a little drop shot on there. Oh, yeah. All right. Sweet. Good start. 3-pounder. Beautiful. Oh, they were just like racing for it. Love that when that happens.
So it tells you a lot about where you are, the fishery that we're on. When you hear Gussie say he stopped 100 yards short of the dot, which is his waypoint, at a lot of the places we go, you won't stop 10 feet short of that dot because you're afraid someone else is going to pull right in there.
But it's in the boat.
See another fishing vessel around where he's at. Tournament or local, you know, just the place is so big. It's so much fun to fish.
Bet a lot of other anglers are pulling for Gussie this week. He's 45th in AOY, and if he gets inside that Classic cut, he's going to double qualify, give another spot to another lead angler in the Classic next year.
I had a double hook up there for a moment as Jeff Gustafson was hooked up with another one, and Clark Wendland with a bait caster hooked up. I'd love to see that mixed in this week as well. I know that's a factor later in the year as well, but some guys mentioned you can power fish, you get a little bit of a chop, a little bit of a depth change, you maybe can employ some of those different tactics.
I think we'll see Clark and some others anglers throw a crankbait today, especially with a little bit of wind like you mentioned. I guess it's the first fish we've seen landed, not on a drop shot though, so like you said, it is good to see a little mix up.
Put him in at 1.5 pounds. You know, not very big. It was a bass, but it wasn't big.
Clark's old school. Every keeper goes in the box till you have 5, whereas we have our Progressive Angler of the Year leader saying, hey, that's not going to get us anything that we need. I don't want to risk it being in there for a while or something.
You know, a little bit. It's really the wind. The grass. That spot had so much floating grass on it that, you know, I had 2 bites on crankbait, but I mean, I just couldn't. Of course, now I get some floating grass here, so. The floating grass hadn't been bad. I went to one area. You know, what happens is there's lots of pleasure boats here, and you know, that grass just gets run through and cut up, and then it just floats around here and there, so.
Not a lot of it out on Lake St. Clair, but enough of it to be frustrating trying to throw a crankbait around covering water with floating vegetation. Now, if you want floating vegetation, go to Lake Gunnersville about now. There's lots of it there. Gussie's hooked up.
I don't think it's a big one, but no. Little guy. Better just put 5 in there. No kidding.
Yeah.
That works.
I think his live well didn't want to turn on. They've been out in the storm yesterday afternoon, bouncing around a little much. Hopefully Gussie will get that fixed up.
Looking at a lot of guys as we hit the northern swing, Kyle Welcher said, hey, I'm leading AOY, but this isn't like the last event of the season. We're not in the 9th inning. Like, we have 3 events to go. Like, I can finish outside the top 10, or I can run away with AOY. There's still a lot of fishing left to go. I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. A guy who this is based every single day going forward is the most important day of the season. Chris Zaldane, one of those guys that he has to be in the top 12 after this event to at least ensure that he's got a shot points-wise, but if all else fails, he'll have a shot to make the Bassmaster Classic with a win in for the St. Lawrence River event to end the season. So we'll keep an eye on some of the stressful situations. Some of the guys at the top stressing, some of the guys at the bottom stressing, some guys, like Such said, on the Classic cut line stressing. So
yeah, always on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you're always struggling to stay in there.
We're only 20 minutes into the fishing day on Bassmaster Live. We'll be back with a lot more from Lake St. Clair soon.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. It's good to know 20 minutes into our show that these anglers didn't forget how to fish during our 53-day layoff. A lot of these anglers getting to fish around home. Some of the southern guys taking a break in that 100-degree heat. Excited to head up north because it is great weather, great fishing, and a lot at stake the last third of our season. 3 events up north to determine classic spots, Rookie of the Year, and our Progressive Angler of the Year race. We go out to our leader in that race, the top man of the points race, Kyle Welcher. Had a really solid season so far this year and made a big jump at the Sabine River, with Brandon Cobb having his first fall of the season, finishing in the 90s. Meanwhile, Welcher getting a top 10, about a 75 to 80 point swing, and was able to jump into the Angler of the Year lead. Been catching a lot this morning, Davey, but not keeping a lot. Throwing some of the keeper size, but smaller sized ones back.
Yeah, we heard reports from the water that he was catching a lot of fish and just throwing them all back. Seeing that he's currently in 52nd place, he has put a few in his line. Well, that's good to know. I was afraid maybe he had not kept a fish yet.
I thought you might have texted him during the break and said, hey, man, get 5, bro.
Oh, you did see me, didn't you?
I did see.
That's what you were doing.
Golly.
We have almost 60 anglers on the board. About 8 limits right now. Jacob Fout's upgraded with a 4 1/4 pounder. He's up to 18-12.
Wow,
Our
what
top
a great
spot.
About 18 of our 102 anglers without a marshal today. Everybody else has a marshal or a cameraman.
That one took my weight also.
I'll say that one took his weight also. The drop shots, the tungsten weights get slung off when these smallmouth jump.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats big fish alert? Jonathan Kelly, 4 1/2 pounder, biggest one of the day so far.
So far, I bet we'll see a few more of those later, but it's good to get it started with big fish alert, Suits.
You know it, and he's up to 15th with only 3 fish.
The Pennsylvania angler is a welcome sight for the northern swing back up in his neck of the woods, even though he's probably not close to Lake St. Clair. Just fishing for brown ones makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when you're from up north to begin with, trying to make a little bit of a run late in the season. As we head down to our classic champion, Jeff Gustafson, who really, Davey, he told me last night on the phone, he has fished every single day but 3 during this 52-day, 53-day layoff. So he has been on the water fishing for smallmouth up north.
That's incredible, incredible. Looking at Gussie's forward facing Mega Live. Saw that fish come up, looked like it met his drop shot on the way down.
Settle, 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 settle. Might be to have the smallest limit ever here, but for this lake, but oh.
And Gussie, I'm sure, fishing in much cooler temperatures than we've had in the south in those 50 days, so on top of the world right now.
Liking that drop
Training
shot
Classic
more today.
champion and Fishing every day. I mean,
Yeah, you just
how much
catch a
better
bunch,
does it
and
get
then
than
every
that?
once in a while you just get a nice one mixed in, you know. But we should, hopefully this whole area it's good. This whole like square mile pretty much had fish all over it, so.
Every time we've cast it, there's been something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, I haven't even got to the dot yet.
Seth Fighter might be throwing a crankbait also.
I don't know if he's gonna help.
Wouldn't mind seeing a 4 or 5 pounder welded up on a crankbait today. That's been welcome sight the last few times we've been here.
Oh, stuck one in me right there.
You know, when you talk to Seth, he talks about fishing largemouth, punching grass. He loves to flip milfoil, but man, when you come to a smallmouth fishery, he might not like it quite as much as he likes to pitch a jig and milfoil, but man, you can count on Seth Fighter is going to be catching lots of smallmouth everywhere
The real
we
key
go.
to this spot, or all these spots, it's not the bass or the grass, broken up grass, it's the perch. That's a big one. Bud, that might be something else. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. And I want my bait back.
A lot of big muskie on Lake St. Clair. I didn't hear that's what he said, but it sounds like it's another species and likely a muskie.
Don't lip it.
Yeah,
but
it's a giant.
At least we'll get it close to the boat, maybe.
It is. It's all good. There's plenty of fish here. But that's why this spot's good. Like I said, it's got the yellow perch here, and that's the start of the feed zone, the feed area. It's having yellow perch. I need this crankbait back because I only got a couple of them.
Hey, we'll cut you off. I hope he's got more than a couple.
Yeah. Where he's at on the map, it looks really rough with the wind and the waves. When we came to him and he was fighting them, he is on the opposite corner of the direction of the wind's coming. So the full force of the wind, unlike Welcher and Fighter, it is all funneling straight to him. So he's getting the worst of it compared to most other guys. And where he's at in Canada, Davey.
Oh my gosh, bro.
My one time covering an elite event on the water there, we saw one of these giant fellers eat a smallmouth in half while I was covering Brett Height in the boat.
Oh yeah, I've had him come up and eat smallmouth off the end of my line, no doubt.
So I got sent to the Netherlands a couple weeks ago on behalf of like Bass Pro and Nitro boats, and they fish for pike and zander, which is walleye, and like big jumbo perch. And we caught a bunch of fish just like this, big giant teeth. Look at this muskie, dude. All my new friends in the Netherlands or in Europe would get so excited over this, but here, this is a trash fish.
Oh, come on now.
I need my bait
trash
back,
fish.
Oh, it just broke off. Just broke off. So I just wasted 4 minutes. All right, so with that being said,
the urgency there for Zaldane, wasting 4 minutes in the first hour or two of day one of an event shows you the urgency he has for his season.
And still lost his crankbait, which is why he was taking that time. He wanted his bait back. Yeah, you can tell a different section of the lake, Clark versus Chris. Both of them on Lake St. Clair. And lots of fish from one end of Lake St. Clair to the other. Good one here. Real good.
That's a better one. Put him in at 370, or three pounds, 10 ounces.
Those are more like the ones you could take to the weigh-in scales this afternoon. Those high twos and barely 3-pounders. Most of these anglers don't think you'll be in contention to do anything but drive home after tomorrow afternoon if you just have 3-pounders.
Most of the time you're putting a cold clip on a fish you want to get rid of, but I think he's denoting, hey, don't touch that one. We'll mess with the ones without cold clips for the moment.
That one had a little more body to it.
Yes.
Seth Fighter's been on a roll, probably caught more fish than we've seen anybody else on camera, of course, but maybe in the field so far today.
Let my line go across that deucer. I hope it didn't do any damage.
Seth's smallest fish here. It says 2 pounds, 12 ounces. I don't think this fish will help him. He has caught a lot of fish already this morning.
We've seen Seth Fighter throwing a crankbait in past years. We saw him employ it already this morning, as well as the finesse tactics that we expect to see a lot of anglers using. But like you said, Davey, he's one of the best smallmouth anglers, and he got to break down his Bass Pro Shop's top lures for us earlier this week.
What's up, guys? Seth Fighter. We're at Lake St. Clair, and this is probably going to be my best bait this week. It's a 4-inch Z-Man scented jerk shad. It's just a really classic St. Clair bait. There's been a lot of tournaments won here on this, the 4-inch, 5-inch, and the 3.5-inch version. They all kind of do the same thing, just kind of matching what they're eating, and they eat a lot of perch and minnows in this lake, so that jerk shad's always been a really, really good bait here.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at legendary Lake St. Clair, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite, the 7th stop out of a 9-event Elite Series gauntlet. We've started down in Florida, been through South Georgia, 2 events in South Carolina. You had one of the toughest classics of all time, competition-wise, in Knoxville. Been to Alabama, Texas, and more. Now we're headed up north as we look at our unofficial leaderboard. Jacob Fouts. The last time we saw his name at the top of the leaderboard, it was at the St. Lawrence River in Lake Ontario in 2022. Bernie Schultz having a great season on the Elite Series. Bob Downey, Cooper Gallant. I don't see this guy's name on the leaderboard just yet because he's in studio with us, but Davey Height, let's go back in the vault a little bit. 2001, I believe, when you took the title here at Lake St. Clair.
Well, it was a fun week, no doubt about it. Speaking of Southern guys headed up north, that was the first event of our season in 2001. And believe it or not, back then, 18, 19, 20-pound bags of smallmouth were almost unheard of on Lake St. Clair. If you caught 12, 14 pounds, you were doing really, really good. But that's when the lake first started to change, in my opinion. We'd been there a few years before that, but you can see the size of those fish. Not quite what they are now, but certainly good. And back in the day where we could use a dip net there for a couple of years, Ronnie, only for a couple of years.
You know, when we always talk about how the older generation has it so easy, I mean, I would love to see you have to, battle them over the side of the boat. I've seen it on the water in person, but, that 2001 win might have came a little easier with a dip net compared to what these guys have to deal with.
No win is easy. No win is easy on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, I can promise you.
Now, here is one of the biggest storylines of the week. Who was going to make that long run? Got a friend of the show, Tim Gerald, a Canadian, sitting at the bridge waiting to see who passed the Ambassador Bridge. Only two anglers.
Still be up here eating.
Chad Pipkins and Matt Robertson, and we have Pipkins out on Lake Erie live.
There's one. Little one, but hey, maybe somebody will tell us we're here.
Good to see Chad there and catching fish. A storm that rolled through there yesterday afternoon. Had
as far as we did.
A lot of guys worried, including Chad.
If there's one, there's more.
He said you're not going to see a...
That's the hardest one for me today. The what ifs. Now we know we got some swimmers.
You're not going to see the southern, clay, mud when you talk about dirtying up water, but rather a milkier, kind of sandy, and with 5 to 6 foot waves yesterday coming from the south in that direction, the southwest. Maybe it turned a little more west. He was worried. He said 50% of the time it dirties it up, 50% it doesn't. It looks like it's good enough to fish so far, and I'm excited. He said it's setting up possibly like his 2014 Opens victory out of the Detroit River when he came to Erie and took the title there.
Yep, that's great. You can tell a little difference in the water clarity there, but it's not enough to hurt it. It doesn't look like.
A little jumble atop the leaderboard. Cooper Gallant with a 4.5 pounder jumps into second place with 17 even. Gerald Swindle's up in 5th. Jason Christie just moved into 10th place.
That was a very, very important fish. Wasn't a big fish. It was a very, very important one. Told you we should get bit here. Caught a 3 and a 5 here. Okay.
Got 5.
It's going to be a great tournament to watch. You have to ask yourself, why would Chad Pipkins run 60 to 80 miles when you see all these anglers fishing right there on Lake St. Clair, catching so many fish? It's all about catching the biggest 5. And, he feels like he's going to go and have a chance to catch just a larger average fish than guys that are staying closer to Lake St. Clair. We'll see. Through the years, all these tournaments we've had here, we've seen it won right at the mouth of Huron. We've seen it won in the St. Clair River, Lake St. Clair, the Detroit River. A lot of fish have been caught there to help people, have a victory, and then also Lake Erie. So it'll be interesting what happens this week.
Also in Lake Erie, David, we had our first 10-pounder caught in the Great Lakes last November. So I don't know if the fish down there in the depths and the big roamers are a big draw.
Wow. One big key as well, Dave, you've seen it probably from 2001, if the field was open to it. At times you needed to leave St. Clair if you wanted to win the event. You'd have to go win it in another lake. And then there's times where if you left St. Clair, you were fishing for a top 20, not a win. There was no shot to win. And now Chad Pipkins says it's kind of where you can win it. You can pick your poison. All the lakes are fishing good, and they're all in the same stages.
Cool fish. Another
you like fishing structure and rock and objects. The other lakes may be your place because St. Clair really doesn't have a bunch of structure fishing.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Way back in 2001, I actually won the tournament on Lake St. Clair, a little in the St. Clair River, but a lot of the anglers, most of the guys that were kind of in the know were fishing Lake Erie that year, thinking that you had to go to Lake Erie to win.
Oh, dang it. The rod's breaking. Got him. Got him.
And that was a few years before
ugly.
forward-facing sonar, I might add.
Before gobies? I think gobies had already been introduced, but was that a buzzword when you were there?
No, it was not a buzzword, but as I mentioned, I felt like the lake changed about that time. We didn't know it, but I think gobies were already making a big impact on the lake and the size of the fish.
Zebra mussels were helping to clear the water, filter it, and
kind of actually scared to put the big ones that I think I have on the scale.
Yeah. Takes,
I think I'll be
docks,
broken.
and whatnot. Supposedly cleared the water to help the side-feeding smallmouth better hunt.
And that's what somebody said. It might have been Gustafson, it might have been Pipkins, but he was saying sunny, calm conditions, that's what you want in the Great Lakes, not only for navigation, but the strike zone for a smallmouth becomes like a quarter mile when it's sunny in theory, because of how far they can see and swim to go get a bait compared to low light, windy, dirtier water conditions.
Oh, it's supposed to sun up this afternoon. It's supposed to be cloudy all morning. The high wind was about 7 miles today, and it'll get up there near 10 in the next 2 days. So if you're in the wrong spot, I guess you'd be bouncing up and down a little bit.
10 will be bumpy, but 10's okay.
That's the one good thing about where Pipkins is positioned on the Canada side of Erie, is that wind coming from the west or northwest, that is the most protected that this giant body of water is right in that stretch of the region that he's at. And he said he's got too many. I said, how many spots do you think you can bounce around on, in Erie, and you're not just running for a spot and coming back? He said, too many spots, a lot of history, a lot of new stuff as well this week. So I can stay on Erie if weather allows.
I've seen 2 4.5 pounders, Jonathan Kelly and Cooper Gallant. Bill Lowell with a 4-pound 5-ounce.
Good solid fish here for Clark. Looks like it'll definitely help him. It's 4-pounders. What you looking for? Obviously, you want a 612 like Seth Fighter caught here a few years ago, but gotta be looking for those 4s to put in the live well.
Well, they were talking 20 to 30 guys will have 20-pound bags today. I think last time we were here there was 14 or 15 on day 1, or 18 maybe. What are you guys thinking on 20-pound bags today? The condition's going to sun up.
I'll say 15. I really think, just my history there, not only Lake St. Clair, but the other Great Lakes, when you go up there a little earlier than you've been there in the past, and you heard a lot of these anglers talking about, they looked a little smaller, but then when they were quoting weights, prediction of weights, the weights were up there. So I just think when you put them on the scale this time of year, because I've seen it so many times, they're just going to weigh a little less than you think. And, I think there'll be a lot of 18, 19-pound stringers. Certainly a good good number of 20-pound stringers, but a lot of those guys that think they were going to weigh in 20 are going to have 18.5 to 19, in my opinion. We'll see. I hope we have 102 20-pound stringers weighed in.
I will say that, it's not out of the realm, and it's happened before, of like 17 pounds a day, 34 pounds, and you're going home possibly, for the 50 cut. We've seen that mid-pack. You better be on the way to 20 pounds if you want to at least make the cut.
I think you're definitely right there. I think it's going to be frustrating for some guys that have to head home after having 2 phenomenal fishing days on these lakes.
Our Lay Lake winner and Rookie of the Year leader, Will Davis, is up in the St. Clair River. He's caught a couple 4-pounder. He's just jumped into 10th place with 4 fish.
That's small.
That was the big concern for him, was the northern swing. Never really fished up there for smallmouth.
He's never been here. He's never seen it.
Getting some bites, got one nice one.
He went up.
4 babies, so.
Did some practicing though.
Good sign. We barely even really gotten into, like, I got a big area here that seemed to have quite a few fish around, so hopefully start getting some bigger bites, but I think we will. We gotta retie this beauty.
Speaking of young southern anglers, don't necessarily have to be young, but if you've never fished these lakes and don't have a lot of experience with smallmouth, the electronics have changed everything.
Sometimes
coming up here, not having a lot of knowledge. And not just forward facing, side imaging, 360.
Jerk shot down there just
all
in
of that.
case, yeah.
So we look at our TH Marine weather for the day. Today, high of 84, low of 69. Partly sunny, winds coming from the north, maybe a little bit northwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour. Tomorrow, very similar temperatures. Hoodie weather in the morning and shorts in the afternoon. But possibility of thunderstorms. And then the wind will switch and come from maybe the south, 5 to 10 miles an hour as well. So some of those guys will keep an eye on it. And one thing that's different takeoff. Brandenburg Park up in Anchor Bay. It's about 7 miles farther north than the mouth of Metro Park where we were used to idling out of that canal. So maybe, you know, and they would check in at the mouth of that canal. So they could run full speed, get to the mouth of the canal. I'm checked in, idle in, take your time. That's 7 more miles each way. That's 15 more miles, you know, for the day or for the tournament possibly, give or take, that these guys have to factor in that run. Chad Pipkins, that's just a little bit farther you got to go.
And 7 miles at wide open throttle in these boats, you don't even think about being a big deal at all. But
it's toasted.
7 miles, if there's 3-footers, you certainly have to calculate.
If you pass
it's going to take you 15 minutes.
The latest Carnival cruise or the latest shipment of vehicles to another part of the country or whatever's on those big boats at times. You mentioned it, Davey, though.
Some Otaku's juice to
forward-facing sonar.
I don't know if it works or not.
That's a deal that we'll have to get
like
into all through the week. It's not saying these anglers didn't know what they were doing with 2D. It just makes them so much more deadly and efficient.
Right.
Another guy who, if we put him in this field, he would be deadly and efficient as well. Mark Zona, not in studio with us this week, but Z, up in your home state of Michigan. Glad to have you on Bassmaster Live with us. Z, what are you seeing out there? It's pretty calm in the background from where we're looking at you.
Surprisingly, Ronnie, it's not. It's calm here on the north side of Anchor Bay at Brandenburg Park. By the way, great facility. Had no idea this park was here, but it's still blowing, and there's definitely going to be residuals on the south end of St. Clair. But the biggest problem right now, guys, and granted, the fish catching looks fantastic, is all of your anglers that are using forward-facing sonar, which is pretty much almost the entire field for the most part, is when you have these low ceilings, and we have that. This morning when I walked out of the hotel, the problem you have with the clouds is those fish do not want to get off of the bottom, okay? You may still be catching them, but here's what I predict is going to happen today. These anglers had, and I know you guys talked about this, they had premium conditions Monday and Tuesday to practice, and those fish would get off the bottom and reveal themselves. Today we're supposed to have, at least the clouds are supposed to clear. I think you guys are going to have an electric afternoon on Lake St. Clair.
So Z, you fished there many, many times, many years, and seen this lake, the way it has evolved. It was surprising to me, talking to the anglers that I was able to talk to, how many fish all of these guys have been catching, whether they are up towards Lake Huron, in Lake St. Clair, or like a Chad Pipkins going to Erie. Is it even better than it's ever been? Does it just keep on getting better?
Here's what's weird, Davey, is the numbers on St. Clair this summer, not just throughout practice, the numbers are there. They're fantastic, but St. Clair, for the most part, is a hair off, okay? As far as the weights that you, don't get me wrong, there was a big stringer caught last weekend, but catching those consistent 21 to 23 pound bags mostly have come off of the north shore of Erie, where Pipkins is at. In fact, a lot of the local guys said the north shore of Erie is fishing as good as it used to 15 to 20 years ago. And the great thing about it, Davey, and you know this, is the risk with Erie throughout the last decade is high quality, low quantity. That has not been the case the last 30 days on the North Shore. It has been quantity mixed with quality. And the one thing that Pipkins said was he never saw another competitor on the North Shore at all. Not one angler practiced there. He said he saw a few running back from Pelee Island. So he has free reign of that. I'm going to tell you, if that North Shore of Erie does fire for him and he has free reign of it, he could do major damage. One other big factor in this tournament right now, couple different things actually. I have never seen this many competitors fishing in Anchor Bay ever in any tournament that we have covered for Bassmasters. There is 30 to 40% of your field in Anchor Bay, and what's very surprising to me, the South Shore of Lake St. Clair is a ghost town. I mean, there's like 3 or 4 boats down there right now where they had premium conditions to practice in. One other big factor to watch, if somebody does, and this is talking to my local buddies, is if somebody makes your top 10 cut into Sunday, here's a little X factor. There is a power boat race in the St. Clair River. If they're running up the river towards Huron, and here's the thing, if they go up there on Sunday, they ain't getting back because they're closing a stretch of the river. So that will be something for you guys to watch. One last thing, Davey. I know you and I fished team tournaments here many, many years ago. You'll find this interesting. Fun fact, Mike McInnes busted into the Lunker Club in Bassmaster magazine on the same exact stretch a lot of our boats are on right now.
Z, you were talking about it. Last time we were here at Lake St. Clair, 2020, Bill Wadler wins, and he does it in Anchor Bay. A little bit of a shock to some of us. We saw a lot of people in Metro. We're now a month earlier, late July instead of late August. Is an X factor the yellow perch or the location of the bait fish? What is that maybe why a lot of people are in Anchor? What's the deal with the forage these fish are targeting in late July compared to in late August?
Obviously, there's a lot of perch bites. What's different about Anchor Bay from a lot of the rest of Lake St. Clair, and it's what makes Anchor Bay a little bit of a challenge, is there is more grass. But the one thing that you do find, there is a little small, whether it's an emerald shiner or an alewife, they're very, very small, and that's what a lot of these fish, even though they will maul, they will climb on a perch, man. A lot of them chase that really, really small bait fish. But I think the person to really watch, at least throughout the rest of the day, I think Chad Pipkins, just getting that one bite, knowing he could still get bit on that North Shore with the storms that blew through, he can become a headache if the skies clear and let him do his work.
Mark Zona, we're going to have to keep you by the phone so we can have you doing hits from Lake St. Clair with all your knowledge of that body of water throughout the week. Excited to have Z with us on site this week, taking your spot on location. Davey, glad to have you in studio with Such and I. As we look at our leaderboard to break, Jacob Fouts still on top, 18-12. We know that will not hold up for the rest of the day. We look forward to seeing what the top of the leaderboard looks like. Meanwhile, we have Bassmaster Lead Series rookie and smallmouth phenom Cooper Gallant in second. Bernie Schultz right there with him. Brandon Lester, a slow season. Maybe his northern swing can really alleviate those problems. Bob Downey, Gerald Swindle, Mark Menendez, and more. We'll be back from Lake St. Clair in just a few minutes.
Yeah!
No way! Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Got to talk with our own Mark Zona last segment, get some intel from him as we see quite a distance from Takeoff. Chad Pipkins, we're going to leave him in the dust as we head up to Lake St. Clair. He is one of the only anglers to make the run down to Lake Erie as we head to what many would call, it's a big area, but you know, the Bell River region, that southeast corner of St. Clair in Canada, over to Chris Zaldain, where the wind, which isn't strong today, it is going straight into his area, making it a little bumpier than other places.
Definitely is, and looks like he's throwing a crankbait a little bit more than maybe we would have seen him had he not had this wind, but taking advantage of the conditions.
Oh
that 5 to 10 mile an hour wind forecast is actually a good thing. As Zona mentioned, slick, calm, sunny conditions is best in Lake St. Clair, but this is not bad. Not bad.
Oh yeah. It's just another 3-pounder. God,
awesome when they stop it way out there on a long cast. It's so much fun.
See, just caught his second keeper. Can't overemphasize this enough. You can't get caught up in, wow, so-and-so's caught 20.
I got turned around here.
He's only got 2 because it's all about the right size here.
We were talking during the commercial break. He knows the urgency of his season, wanting to make the Bassmaster Classic. He's got to get a couple top 12s in a row, maybe win one event to gain a couple extra points, kind of things like that. He said, hey, I'm not practicing, I'm not fishing any different, but I do know when I catch 17 to 18 pounds at Lake St. Clair and I'm still catching the same size fish, that's not good enough this week. I have to be in that 20-pound region or bust this week. So we're going to see him maybe make some adjustments and moves that somebody who might be in a good position wouldn't normally make.
Ernie Schultz just climbed back into second place with a 4-pounder, got him over 18 pounds. And while Z was speaking about the St. Clair River, Will Davis caught his limit fish out of there and jumped up to 3rd place, leading Rookie of the Year. And he's 3rd in AOI. And Brandon Cobb, who's sitting in our teens right now, is overtaken Kyle Welcher for the AOI lead. Welcher's down about 60th.
You can't count out Brandon Cobb quite yet.
No.
We did kind of drop him like a hot potato when he had one bad tournament all of a sudden, didn't we?
Everett couldn't get out of the top 20, and then he gets a 90th, and
all of a sudden it's like, Brandon who? Yeah. He's right there.
He's had great St. Clair events, Champlain. You can kind of pick your poison, and just
one, but
as a non-forward-facing sonar lover, you got to get through this event.
Patrick Walters is doing well. He's near our top 10. Haven't heard from Drew Cook or Tyler Rivette yet. We'll run them down.
And just a reminder for fans watching at home, if your favorite angler is not popping up on Bass Track, don't just assume he's not catching them. 18 anglers do not have a marshal, and with service, with them having to input them themselves, we may get delayed info on some people's catches. Rarely will you see someone come in with 0, 1, or 2 fish at Lake St. Clair. So you can assure that they're probably having some rate of success out there by themselves.
Yeah, but Drew Cook and John Cox, both on 1 fish. I think Rivette has. Rivette has 3 for 8. I think he just caught his 4th.
I think I kind of like the little unknown in Bass Track.
I love it.
I really do. Whether it's service, they're not taking the time to put the fish, the weights in or whatever. I love having
this one's not very big.
A handful of unknowns.
I mean, we watch Bassmaster Live all day long, every minute of footage, and we still watch the weigh-in because we're still not quite sure. If you tuned out of Lake a couple events ago, thinking that it was finished, the weigh-in gave you a big surprise as well.
Clark with another good solid fish here.
Well, if that's not very big, that's okay. I'm gonna get in there.
He's got a 1.5 pounder in there.
So there's 3 in there. You can put him at 3-4. And there's 2 in there.
Cool to see Clark weighing these fish. It's a lot of memories. Mid-90s. culling fish in the Bassmaster Top 100s, and here it is 2023, and he's still someone that you better keep an eye on.
I think he's got a 4th, a 3rd, and maybe a 12th in Bassmaster competition at Lake St. Clair. He's used to pleasure boats. He lives near Lake Travis. Yeah. A couple boats have been around there as we head over to a different lake. Chad Pipkins on Lake Erie. It's a good sign for him. Already won in the boat earlier and another bite.
Easy, buddy.
Oh, we got a tie for first place. Will Davis, 18-12 with Jacob Fouts.
Get a little mini-me's to eat, but maybe he'll eat that Carolina rig for a couple and I can get a little confidence back. He got it about 80% of the way to the boat, 4 feet under the water. We'll get you big girls coming here. What we got there? 2.5 pounder, or 2, not quite 2.5.
Zona's been there around the park for a day or so, talking to a lot of these anglers. It's interesting. He really likes what he's hearing Chad Pipkins talk about, the way he's approaching this tournament.
It's hard because I feel like the better stuff, you get torn, you want to move, you know, and they're not eating like and catching them. Any place you could pull up and catch, 20, 25 pounds.
He definitely has this area to himself.
Cold fish
not
are
seen
happy
a boat
fish.
in any direction.
Fizzing when you need to, but smallmouth like ice, man. Keep them cold, keep them
What we were saying was Tim Gerald, he's a photographer. He'll send in photos and document when we come around the Great Lakes, especially Lake St. Clair. And he said at the Ambassador Bridge, he saw 2 guys. Matt Robertson, about 20 minutes after Chad Pipkins had already ran through. So he should be the only one.
We'll take 2 of any size and go from there.
How about a new leader, Hank Cherry? All his fish popped in. He had a 4-4, 4-3. He's got 18-13. He's an ounce ahead of Fouts and Will Davis.
I believe he was one of the guys without a marshal, so he inputted all those fish once he got a limit, probably.
4 to 6 pounders to eat the
heavy
Carolina
18
rig.
takes the lead.
Hank Cherry always does well here, but
teach him a lesson.
Oftentimes has issues landing fish. He loves to fish a jerkbait, as we all know that. But boy, you can have some horror stories fishing jerkbaits with these bigger smallmouth. I don't know if he might be using a different bait or he's just been able to put them in the boat, but not a surprise to see Hank Cherry getting a lot of bites.
Just move back up to 89th
Good
place.
to see him putting them in the live well.
Let's go. How about one of you big girls?
Jerry's 47th in AOY, just ahead of Jason Christie.
And he had a situation in 2020.
Yeah.
He was the defending classic champ.
Found a 4+ pounder in the boat by 9:20.
Ended up having a case of vertigo because it was rough one day at St. Clair, big water, can't see the land. Started to have those impacts, had to leave and withdraw from the event early, and was in a big hole, but ended up having a great 2020 the rest of the season, the fall swing, double qualified for the Classic. So good to see him off to a good start.
Yep, big.
Go out with Seth Fighter.
Big one here.
Stay on. Good thing I had that scope pointed backwards. I was just drifting and I seen him like 50 feet behind the boat. I don't know if I hit spot lock. He wasn't coming off.
Davey, we have seen more fish from Seth Fighter than any other competitor that we have on camera. Why don't you take this one, Davey? VMC Redline on point.
I'll be glad to do. Seth Fighter, VMC Redline on point. He has definitely been on point this morning. I'm glad we got a camera with Seth Fighter this morning. Good call, Ronnie. I think he said, man, we need one with Seth Fighter. We always need one with Seth Fighter when we're in smallmouth country. VMC Redline on point. Seth Fighter, by far the most fish being caught on camera this morning. Not unusual to see him catching numbers of fish. Good to see him with that last fish he just caught there. That'll definitely help his weight. Because we know on St. Clair, to be red line on point, you've got to be looking for those 4 and 5 pounders. Even a 6 pounder like we've seen Seth Fighter catch before. I hope we see that a little later today.
There will be some anglers who have had the most fun they've ever had on the water and come in 77th place because they were catching 3 pounders when you need 4s and 5s. But we know Seth Fighter knows how to win here. Seth Fighter knows how to win on smallmouth bodies of water. And like you said, Davey, so far this morning, VMC redline on point. It's kind of dangerous for the field to see him at least in the mix early on day 1.
It really, really is. And kind of cliche that I know Seth Fighter actually uses the VMC redline hook. So he certainly is the guy that gets my vote.
Keep an eye on him as the leaderboard continues to change at the top. I know you're
short-lived Hank Cherry lead. Will Davis caught a 310 and he's 1 ounce ahead of him.
I think about as quick as these guys can catch them, they're putting them in because we are changing the leaderboard. It was just 5 minutes ago. Bernie Schultz was in the lead with 18 pounds. We've had Jacob Fouts, Hank Cherry, and like Such said, when we come back from break, Will Davis will be your new unofficial leader on day 1 so far at the AFTCO Bassmaster lead at Lake St. Clair. They've been fishing for about 2 hours and change, and it's almost near 20 pounds already.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Like we mentioned, just a few hours into tournament fishing here, and we are almost near the 20-pound mark for our day 1 official leader of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We are through 6 full events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we are a quarter of the way, almost after today, we'll be a quarter of the way through our 7th event. We had some switch up, some change up, and like you said, Davey, how we kind of dropped Brandon Cobb as if he was a thing of the past, but only 12 points separate Kyle Welcher from Brandon Cobb in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. John Cox, another 16 points back. Tyler Rivette, Drew Cook still in the mix. You don't really have a smallmouth savant until you get around 10th place. Jay Shakurit. Can someone 89 points back with 3 events left, Davey Height, win Angler of the Year?
With 3 events, yes. I'd say after this event, with 2 events, if you're 80 points back, then yeah, you don't have a chance because not that many guys are going to slip. But we'll see. It's interesting, and yeah, Brandon Cobb is certainly within reach. He's right there, no doubt about it.
Got 15 pounds today on the Bass Track leaderboard. He's taken over AOI lead from Kyle Welcher, who doesn't have his limit yet.
Of our top 6 or 7 in that Angler of the Year race, they've all had their shining moment on a smallmouth body of water. Maybe they didn't put all 3 events together, but they've had a good moment. And when you're fishing well, Davey, you know that your biggest weakness can often, you don't even know it.
Yep.
You're just fishing through it, and you do so well.
Yep, absolutely. It's all about momentum, and obviously those guys that are in the top 10 for Angler of the Year this year, they've all got some momentum for this season.
Gotta get some more line in here. Oh, jeez. Ugly, ugly, ugly.
Been fishing 50 of the last 53 days, but I guess he's been using a dip net like I did in 2001 or something. I don't know.
I don't know if he was fishing for $100,000 either in any event or fun fishing that he was doing.
He was probably just boat swinging.
Yeah,
swing
it doesn't matter. You can try to flip them in. Jacob Fouts, 19 pounds, has taken the lead.
But that's how a lot of them are. They're just kind of like, they're not real built and heavy. I don't know what kind of weights you're gonna need here, but.
Davey, we got 6 anglers above 17 pounds. Give me a prediction of which of those eclipses 20 first. We're getting close.
Okay.
19 pounds is the leader. Who's going to hit 20?
So I'm factoring in a few things here. Number one, that Hank Cherry just kind of puts all his weight in at once. Even though he might hit 20, we might not get it on Bass Track.
He may have it already.
So I'm going to say it's going to be Will Davis Jr.'s turn to strike, and he'll be the first one to hit 20.
Like the real
Since
true
Fouts just
4-pounder.
popped in with his 19. So
Back and forth they go. Where they stop,
nobody knows.
Well, Fouts has a couple 4 pounds. He's got a 4 1/4.
So he's originally from Ohio. He's not fishing Erie, is he?
No, I don't. I don't believe so. But yeah, you're absolutely correct.
Be a
on
little
that.
run there, wouldn't he?
I thought the run from Sandusky to Pelee Island a couple times with some wind was bad. I can't imagine making the run from Brandenburg Park.
Maybe not.
To the
Pelee.
Yeah, at least halfway to there.
Yeah.
Chris Zaldane hooked up, back to his spinning rod game, put some swim bait and crankbait down for the moment. He said when that sun came out, you'd see him start to mix up maybe a little bit more of a ball head, swim bait type deal.
Oh, he lost it. Drop it right back down, though. He's seeing fish. Electronics. Looks like the wind's calmed a little, maybe where Chris is at.
Can't afford losses anytime on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but Zaldane knows every key bite. Because 4-pounders aren't as plentiful as they have been, with these fish being in the post-spawn stage, every 4-pound bite this week, you got to execute if you want a chance to be a factor come Sunday.
Well, I guess he has been hooked up all morning. Also, we've talked about Seth Fighter catching a lot of fish. Guess he's had a lot of fish on this morning also.
Better one. They are fighters, man. Yeah, I don't even think it's that big. Yeah. Another nice one anyways. However they gotta make it in this boat. Okay, yeah, we get 5 nice ones in here anyway, and then those aren't the ones we need, but
good for now.
Yeah. Good start. There's fish around anyway. Like there's like I said, there's a huge area out here. I think there's just fish all over the place. So, oh, big blob right under us here.
I think he's out in front of the area, around the area that Zona was saying. Normally gets a lot of pressure and very, very few boats out in front of the mile roads.
And one thing we noticed that Mark Zona mentioned is with these lower ceilings, you know, the cloudier skies, these fish lock to the bottom at times, and we saw him drop down on a few that literally looked like rocks that just came up off the bottom to eat his bait.
Hooked up again, that didn't take long. The one boat you see around him is one of our photographers.
Loaded with fish.
Got the whole area to himself.
Clouds are supposed to start thinning around 10 a.m.
I was about to say, it looks like you can see it's a little brighter than it was 30 minutes ago.
Spot lock's probably the greatest invention. Maybe next to forward sonar, but hit the button, hold us here. Just another nice one.
Gutsy mentioned his spot lock.
It's not even that big.
A lot of current on Lake St. Clair that you, even though the wind's not very bad there where he's at, the boat will move when you hook up on a fish like that a lot more than you think if you don't have spot lock.
Oh, it's absolutely. If you're looking down at your graph at Lake St. Clair and you're anywhere near the channel or anywhere near the main portion, not close to shore, you'll set a waypoint and just pitch out there, and you'll look up at your graph, and you're 100 yards from where you were. You're like, you don't feel the current there. You're just bobbing around. But
you saw guys putting on drift paddles this week.
Yeah, just to try to slow it down, to try to triangulate your position, stay in your area as we make a run from the bottom side towards the bottom part of St. Clair through the Detroit River. That's one cool thing this week. We've got Lake Huron, plenty of real estate up there. The St. Clair River, you have Lake St. Clair, the Detroit River, and then you have Lake Erie also in play. So we head out to Chad Pipkins.
That one in the Carolina goes like, by the time I caught it, they're moving.
Blue sky where he's at.
Yeah.
He happens to be about 60 miles away, so it certainly can be a little different conditions.
And he's hooked up.
Ooh,
wow. Good jump.
Oh, that's awesome.
Stay. It's the bite we need. Stay.
Big one.
Stay. Stay. Don't do it. Come on, big girl. Gosh, dang it. Come on, stay. Stay, baby. Oh, my Lord, stay on there, big girl. Stay on there. Stay down. Easy. Come on, easy. Come on, baby. Just want to take you for a little ride. You're tired. I'm tired. You gotta be tired. Easy. Come here, big girl. Come here. Come here, baby. No, come here. Got you, big girl. Look at that, not even in the mouth. We're not sight fishing. Look at it. Under the side, they're just not eating it yet. Oh my gosh. What a weird day, dude. We'll take one. We're 1 for 5 on the good ones now. Come on. 1 for 5. Yes. Boom. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Lord. They're just not getting it, man. I'm telling you. It's just a weird deal, but hey, that's the bite I needed to get me back in the right frame of mind.
Beautiful smallmouth. What a jump when he set the hook on that fish. That was incredible. If you've never experienced that, you need to put it on your bucket list if you love fishing.
Yeah, you're good.
Smallmouth bass.
That's one.
Certainly a lot of fun to catch.
Carolina ready? That was a big fish for me. Settle me down a little bit. Big fish for me.
Chad Pipkins is a great way to segue into the Bassmaster studio at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And we talked about Lake St. Clair, and this is the visual of how big Lake St. Clair is. You've got Lake Huron, the St. Clair River, down to Lake St. Clair, the Detroit River, then funnels to the south and to the east at Lake Erie. And it is the largest playing field. Now, don't screenshot this, quote me correctly. This is the largest playing field that we've had for this body of water. We've been here 6 times, but this is the largest playing field we've had for St. Clair. In past years, most recently 2020, we only had the American side of St. Clair in play. In past years, we've only had St. Clair itself in play and maybe portions of the river. And then at some of our biggest playing fields we've had, portions of Huron and Erie, but maybe not as big as we have this week. So looking at this, to give perspective, St. Clair is pretty big, but the portions of Huron and Erie that we have in play, it's 31 miles from the mouth of the St. Clair River and Lake Huron to the top part of the boundary. At the widest, it's 40 miles or so, 41 miles across. From this point, across, it's 25 miles. So 31 miles out there to Lake Huron, 40 miles across, a lot of real estate in Huron itself. Then you have obviously 30 miles or so of St. Clair River. You have Lake St. Clair itself. You have 25 to 30 miles of the Detroit River. And then the big boy is Lake Erie. For one angler, maybe 2 to occupy Lake Erie, that's a lot of real estate. It is about 32 miles north to south, and I tried to pick a middle ground, not the widest, not the smallest, somewhere in between, but roughly 32 miles across and 48 miles wide. That is the parameters for the far east boundary and the far south boundary this week. So a lot of water in play. We said we would see some guys spread out. At this point in the 2020 event, we had guys with cameras, and we could see 5 or 6 boats in the vicinity. Not seeing that as much today. We're seeing guys spread out to the Canada side. That is very helpful. You obviously have the rivers in play, like Sucha's mentioned, with some of our other guys. And then maybe some guys poking into Huron, a couple guys on camera that we've seen in Erie. A lot of playing field this week at Lake St. Clair, and we're excited to have all of those options available for our anglers this week.
Definitely a big playing field. It's hard to even, you did a good job describing it, but it's still hard to even imagine unless you actually see the mouth of Lake Huron, the mouth of Lake Erie.
31 miles wide or tall or 40 miles, like that.
We
that
had
is,
double
that's
our,
a lake itself.
Yeah,
you know?
a big lake.
Double the 430 miles probably from,
probably
St. Clair proper.
balloons our field.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show you how good this place is fished, that there's been events that have had really good weight, and we've only had a sliver of St. Clair with just the American side in play. And then in 2019, we had just St. Clair. They couldn't leave. And the most, I think 2017, they could leave, but it wasn't. It was getting to be the point in time where you don't need to leave St. Clair to win. And then in 2013, 2015, we know how much the St. Clair and Detroit Rivers factored in those events.
Well, I talked to Fighter ahead of time, and he's saying, yeah, everybody else go to Huron. I'm not going. Go to Erie. Leave me more room in St. Clair. The majority of our leaders, besides Will Davis up in the St. Clair River, are in Anchor Bay and in St. Clair proper.
It looks like a nice one, dude. That thing should be like 4 pounds. He ain't even on the team. Just double check him. He's right at 3.
Seth Fighter doing a little negotiating in the frame of these fish. He felt like he was a team player, but not at this stage of the game. You got to get rid of him. Seth Fighter, a long, lean one. You look at our leaderboard before we take a quick commercial break. Like we said, we ended the last segment with Hank Cherry on top of the leaderboard. Will Davis, we started the segment, was the new leader. Now Jacob Fouts in the lead as we leave this segment. A lot of things change in just 10 or 15 minutes. We've added Ed Lochran and Alex Redwine to the top 5. Brandon Lester keeping his name in the mix. Austin Felix, we'll get into his story and more when we come back to Lake St. Clair.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Good to be back at Lake St. Clair. 70-degree morning temps. That's always a welcome sight, especially late July, early August. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair has gifted that to our 102 angler field. Learning a lot about our pros and who has been successful this year, and we've gotten to take an eye at the Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. Will Davis Jr., a champion this year. Joey Cifuentes, a champion this year. Bryant Smith, a lot of great kudos coming from him as he joined the Elite Series. Joey Fujita's had his shots at wins this year. David Gaston, Cooper Gallant trying to make a charge for the Northern Swing. This Rookie of the Year race, still pretty wide open, even if they're 60, 70 points apart with 3 events left.
Yeah, I heard a lot of great things about Cooper Gallant when we make that Northern Swing for the smallmouth, so hopefully he gets up there and makes it interesting for Rookie of the Year. Along with several of those other guys, I'm sure it's far from over, just like our progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. 3 events to go. There's a lot of fish
The weight just wrapped around the
to be
line
weighed in.
like at least 50 times.
How about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert? Tyler Rivette, first 5-pounder of the day.
5-pounder.
5-0, jumped him into 10th place, but he's been knocked out.
5-0 for the guy who came in 4th in Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That is exactly the kind of start you want to have on your day 1 at St. Clair, for sure.
He's bumped up to 2nd in the AOY race on our live bass track updates for AOY. Knocking Will Davis, who's in 3rd place right now. He's down to 3rd, but he's up from 6th.
A 4-box with David Fritz in the bottom right. No, that's Seth Fighter.
I literally double take just to make. Wait, did we have a 7th camera?
Oh, these Great Lakes. Whether St. Clair is officially a Great Lake or not, it's one that'll make you lean on your stool in front of the boat.
Hey, the last time we were here, we had our champion just bobbing out in Anchor Bay, sitting on the butt seat, doing his deal and winning $100,000.
Seth Fighter is hooked up again.
This buddy looks bigger, but not enough bigger to, like if that's him, his buddy's a 2-pounder. God, that hook gets him, dude. Bait choice. It's a 4-inch Z-Man scented jerk shad with a number 1 finesse red line BMC hook in it, 1/2 ounce blue tungsten, 10-pound line. Don't seem that picky to me, so I didn't try to do the 8 or nothing like that. I'd hate to break one off.
Audio was breaking up a little there. I think Seth was saying a 4-inch Z-Man jerk shad, 1/0 BMC red line finesse hook, and a 1/2 ounce tungsten sinker on his drop shot rig there. Well, we've been talking all morning about how big these lakes are and the miles and miles of fishable water, but it seems that we always have anglers because they're so good and they find the best fish, and we'll have groups of anglers. I heard Zona talk about there's 30 boats in Anchor Bay, but that's a big bay. Other than that, these guys have it all to themselves.
I don't feel like I'm catching them nearly as good as I need to be, and you know, it's all about the big ones. You got to catch big ones, and so you know, so far I've got, you know, one that, you know, I've got 3 in the 3-pound, you know, mid 3s, and you know, one just under 3, and then one little one. And so
what's going on here? Okay. Uh-oh. That's the little one, number 5. I noticed a couple fish that they followed a drop shot to the bottom but didn't eat it, so I picked up a little jig-headed minnow. Just a minnow, like the northerners say. And that one busted off the bottom and ate it. That's number 5. I mean, they're just small limit. Gotta upgrade.
8 of our current top 12 on our private Bass Track map, Davey, are
oh my
in
gosh, dude, there's so
the
many
Anchor
right
Bay
there.
region. Obviously, they've been fishing longer than anyone else as well. You don't have to run as far.
And that has
that's a huge
something
part
to do
of it,
with it this early in the day. Looked like it was going to, clouds were going to lift.
Big dog eat.
And now it's not so much.
Oh, ain't none of them gonna eat.
The fishing, believe it or not, will get better. Soudane's hooked up again. Fighter's hooked up. Yeah, fishing will get better if these clouds lift, guys.
If this isn't the big one is big. There's 3 of them there. One was twice, well, noticeably bigger than the other 2. I don't know which one I got. This one ain't bad. I mean,
pretty nice one.
I don't think he's gonna do much for us, but he got it good too. I might have to let him go anyways. Hopefully he's not that big. him. Oh, hook came out pretty easy. I don't think he's gonna help. Let's try to get that big one. One of them's noticeably bigger. I don't know if that was him and the other two are 2-pounders or if he's like a great big one. I'm not sure.
The one big thing with the forward-facing sonar aspect, Davey, that we've mentioned and talked about is these guys would bob around and wait for spaghetti lines on their 2D or see something on their 360 and they get excited, or when they get a bite, they get excited. They're now in the region where there's maybe a group of fish. Now Seth Fighter can look at 5 or 6 fish and you can, hey, I need to go for that. That's a bigger blob. I need to go. Yes. It's a little bit farther away from the cluster of fish. So that just clues you in. If you close your eyes and have multiple bites, maybe they're all small, but one off the beaten path 50 feet away is a bigger one.
Yep.
I can see one of them. He doesn't look big.
Really changed. Yep, it's really changed everything.
Just efficiency.
Yeah, and the lake's always been good. The fish are bigger than they were in the 90s. You know, when we were talking about the first Bassmaster events coming here. But the electronics have changed, totally changed the game.
It's the average St. Clair bass right now. That one's a little fatter. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. So freaking many of these, dude. I think that'll call one. That was so cool, watching that fish eat that. What's that one?
It's
definitely fat.
Pretty fish.
They are pretty right there.
They are beautiful.
You can see them start to change in the live well, too.
I think that's a small one.
They've been there long enough, and then you throw them back.
Bluish green hue.
May not be the smallest, but
I
whatever.
remember in this 2019 event, Stetson Blaylock had one with no stripes on it, just a solid brown fish.
So many down
had it
there,
in the live
Jake.
well, and it was halfway changed when he culled it. Like it was split down the middle. The back tail part was different striations in the mouth, and it was
They'll
cool.
be on the outside.
We got a new leader.
They'll be on the outside.
New leader.
Too.
Caleb Summerall's fish came in 19 pounds, 12 ounces. He's got a 4.5 pounder and a 4.8.
Davey can still be right with Will Davis breaking 20 first. It's still a possibility.
Glad to see Caleb with the lead, but I was hoping it wasn't going to be 20 pounds. Seth Fighter might have that bigger fish he was talking about seeing just a few minutes ago.
I can't tell. I don't know how big he is. Might call. But he felt heavy. I don't know if he's even gonna help.
Prime example of a lean, long, lean looking fish there, post spawn.
So the big one's still down there, because these two are close enough to the same size where they'd look the same. Like he's not gonna help. He's 2.5, 2 3/4, right?
Right.
Cameron's cross-eyed,
I think so.
thinking about which fish he's even talking about. He's caught some in. Wait, which one are you referring this one to?
He's not going to help,
The
Seth.
homeboy will slid in. That's the problem with this stuff. You get a few buddies together and you got guys kind of on some B.S. not too far away, and then everybody just kind of meets in the middle. No, he's a 2 3/4, so the big one is still down there. Those two would have looked about the same. But I didn't see him last time I went up there. All I saw was that one. So he either bolted, or maybe it was like two right next to each other and made it look like a big one. I don't know. Like I can see the thing. I don't see him anymore. I think he evacuated.
One interesting thing to note as well, talking to anglers last night after practice, is a lot of these guys in other tournaments are like, I got a few bites. I didn't really set the hook on many. A lot of guys caught a lot of fish in practice because they needed to weed outside. You can't just pull up to a spot and shine your live scope or your forward-facing sonar or your 360 and be like, oh, this is the size fish. A lot of these guys caught fish to figure out the best areas, not good areas, the best areas.
Yeah, absolutely. The way you practice, how many fish you actually land during practice, really depends on where you are throughout the country. Some places you don't dare want to hook a fish in practice because the numbers aren't there and they're so valuable. Lake St. Clair, you have to find the right size fish. And there's night and day difference between a 212, excuse me, a 312 and a 4 1/4. Like you, I talked to a few anglers last night. Groups of fish they probably won't even go to. Lots and lots of numbers, but quality not there.
I think a lot of guys said that about Lake Huron. A couple I talked to specifically spent a day of practice in Huron. A lot of fish, but not the size they thought that could get them to where they want to be. It's a good backup plan, it's a good place, but when you're going 40 miles one way to a spot, you better hope there's big ones there, or at least saw some. Got a Texan on camera. We have a couple Texans on camera for Bassmaster Live today for the correct reasons. Clark Wendland, one of the best anglers and reputations on this lake, and he's going to be our early marathon peak performance of the tournament so far. Clark Wendland, we mentioned it, a 3rd and a 4th in his 2 Elite Series events here. He's also got a Bassmaster top 12 in the 90s as well. You mentioned it. He's not afraid of the big water, Davey.
He's certainly not afraid of the big water. He loves catching these smallmouth bass. One of the anglers that after we leave an event, typically up north, a long drive home, he has family he likes to spend time with, but cannot resist staying around and fishing for a week or maybe even 2 extra weeks after he has an event. That just shows you how much he loves fishing for these smallmouth bass. And Clark Wendland is always a threat, it seems like. When we go up north, all these lakes, a lot of history here, and St. Lawrence River, Lake Champlain, the final 3 events. We expect to see Clark Wendland in the marathon peak performance, all 3 events.
Him and Taku Ito hanging out after these events, learning a lot, getting comfortable, familiar. When you come to great smallmouth places, you know that you're going to come back probably. And it's a great opportunity to learn. But Clark Wendland, our marathon peak performance so far, just 3 hours into the fishing day.
Another big reason, Clark. Fishing close to Takeoff, not very far away. Chad Pipkins, baby. Long run.
They're just biting it so weird, that thing. Not slacking. They're little guys, but hey. Confidence builders. Man, I think about pulling my arm in.
Starting to get a little concerned about Chad Pipkins. I see the little difference in water clarity there. They are still biting, but several of his fish have gotten off. Several of them hooked outside the mouth. I hope things get better for him. In the long run, I hope he finds those bigger fish like he was expecting.
Yeah, not all of his spots in Erie are the same depth range. He said he got some shallow, maybe 10 to 15 foot spots, maybe some 20 to 25. So we'll see if he bounces to some deeper or some shallower when we come back for the Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair in Lake Erie.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Lake St. Clair Bassmaster Live, the 7th stop of the season and the first leg of our northern swing will be here at Lake St. Clair. In about 20 days, maybe 2 weeks or so and change, we'll be at Lake Champlain and the St. Lawrence River, and before we know it, the whole season will be wrapped up. What is this, Such?
We got a Skeeter Boats big fish alert. Mark
Big fish.
Frazier, 6 pounds, 6 ounce.
Wow. That'll help someone's cause for sure.
He jumped up to 3rd place. He got 19 1/4. All the rest are 3-pounders.
Keep in mind, post-spawn, 6-pounder. 6'6", that's a big
That's
old
what he entered it
smallmouth
as.
bass.
Normally you don't like your odds when you have 20 pounds or something like that, and a lot of that weight's tied up in one fish, but with a post-spawn event, you'll take every big bite you can get, and the 6'6" goes a long way as we head out to Chris Zaldane, who would love a 6'6" just as much.
Skinny fish right there. Ah. Nah, not even close.
Chris Zaldane catching
That's a chunky one.
a lot of fish this morning, but just they all seem to be the same size we've seen him catch. Probably 3 or 4 fish that I bet were within 1 or 2 ounces of one another, all 3 or 4. These fish
Crazy.
can move
From
around
spot to
on you.
spot, it's different. Like whether there's a presence of yellow perch or not, I think is what's the factor is. But I've been pitching to all these fish here. We've been here, what, 10 minutes? Pitching to them with a drop shot, and they'd only follow it down. They wouldn't take it. And then you go to, you know, something above their head, just a little jig head with a minnow on it, and they pump.
We'll get into that a little bit more. I talked to Zaldane about that specific tendency these fish have had in practice. As we get over to Clark Wendland, who, like we dubbed him, peak performance of the event so far, he is a flawless track record on this body of water. No.
Check,
Hard not
check.
to.
Oh, he threw
Come
it
on,
back.
Clark, wait.
He did the triple take.
He did that on purpose, faking us
I didn't
out.
think he was going to make it.
His cameraman can hear us. He needs to tell him that we all think in studio that one would have helped him 1 ounce.
Clark, don't you? I would just mess with him. Didn't you have? Don't you still have a 1.5 in there?
The coloration on that fish was real pale or light looking. They can fool you. They really can. And I'm sure that's what had him so hesitant. Some of those are darker and spotted up. They just look bigger, although they're not.
And the frame of them sideways versus you go and look at their belly and it's a
I
paper
thought he was
belly,
pretty
it's
good
a
one, but-
football, you know, it's just different shapes there as well.
Brian Schmidt with our 2nd biggest fish of the day, a 5.5 pounder.
Wow.
He's at 18 even, knocking on 10th place. He's tied with Brandon Cobb, is in 10th place.
So you want to talk about
18 AOI? We have Welcher has fallen. He's only got a couple fish, and I think Cox only has a couple fish.
You were talking about fish trends, looking at big ones.
Oh.
We've
I
had
don't think it's that big.
a 5 from Rivette, Mark Frazier
That's how I got a lot of
6.5,
the bigger
and
ones.
another 5+ for Schmidt, all in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's a helper. Maybe. Jeez. Recognize that? Just another real regular one. A little upgrade, right at 3 pounds.
A little upgrade there for Gussie.
Austin Phillips with a nice upgrade, a 4.5 pounder. He's knocking on 19 pounds, 6th place, tied with Cherry.
Good one there for Gussie.
Well, we're catching fish. I probably caught like 15 or 20 already, but not, got a limit of 3 pounders, so none that I really am in love with to go back to see Mercer, but we're catching fish. I think it's just got to keep going through them here, and I literally like really haven't even gotten to the, like what I thought were the best dots out here, so just moving around. There's fish around, nobody around me, so that's good. And yeah, I'm having fun. There's a customer under us, maybe.
See Gussie's mega live. Bottom right corner there.
I've seen a couple different contrast settings and
but
coloration
yeah,
palettes,
we need
and this
some
one
bigger
really
ones for sure.
seems to pop. The bottom and
yes, it definitely does. That's unusual palette he has there with the.
I don't think that was the same palette we saw for the Bassmaster Classic.
No, it was not.
So I think that maybe we might have to get him to explain if he changes it up based on the bottom type, maybe a better, stronger return on a sandier bottom here compared to clay or rock or, you know.
Yep.
I'm just kind of casting a jerk shot around out here and trying to intercept some, and then it lifts them off the bottom and whatever. But, oh, darn it, that's a bunch of grass floating. Felt good for a second. Oof. That's no good. But all the fish in that live well have come on a little Z-Man trick shot. It's kind of a really nice little drop shot bait. But yeah, there's a lot of grass floating out here, so it's sort of hard to cast in some places.
Gussie, as he described, he's using the jerk shad, casting it around, trying to get fish to come up off the bottom a little bit, but all of the ones that he has in the live well, as he mentioned, has come on a drop shot.
He said he's not necessarily fishing all one depth. He's got some areas in different depths, but he said, hey, I will be pitching on a drop shot, but I will drop on some fish and I'll do the moping technique. And I said, dropping on fish, are we talking 16 to 18 feet, or are you dropping on like the 10 to 12 foot fish? And he's like, some of them don't mind the boat and being dropped on, even in the shallower water, but some of them, you know, will actually get curious and come to check out the boat, whereas others are like, I don't like you around. So he said it's kind of spot by spot, fish by fish basis, if they'll let me drop on them.
Davey, what's your take on fish here in the forward-facing sonar and getting a little skittish?
Oh, I think similar to what Ronnie's saying there, it just depends on the area and the fish, how much they've been pressured. I've certainly seen fish attracted to your boat and the shade of your boat to come under your boat. I think some fish probably are spooked, offended by the pulse of your electronics. But in most cases, especially on the northern swing like this, these fish, because these lakes ice over, they don't get the pressure.
I got the red and green color palette, and I always use the brown one, and I started using this like a month ago, and yeah, I don't know, I kind of like it. You know, get some good returns. You can tell when you see some fish on there. I'll let you know here in a second when we see some again, but they seem to be like more on the bottom today. I don't know if it's just because of the clouds or what, but it's sort of sunny during practice, and there was a lot more, it seemed like there was a lot more of them suspended down there, so I might have just went over one right here.
Yeah.
So I totally believe that the sun and it helped these guys in their practice to be able to see the fish up off of the bottom more. With these low ceiling, those fish hug to the bottom and they're not as easy to detect, even with the good forward-facing sonar that we have.
Well, and Chris Zaldane mentioned it. I said we'd get into it more when he was in the middle of that fish catch, but he said a lot of these fish, when it was sunny, would actually be in the top, you know, a couple feet of the water column. I've been covering saltwater events during our 2-month break, so I equate those to sailfish, being right up at the surface, corralling bait, looking and being curious. He said he would pitch a drop shot. They would follow it for 2 or 3 feet and then go back and like, nope, I'm not following all the way to the bottom.
But I get a lot of questions about
see it horizontally, so like a swim bait coming through was a lot more effective.
My settings on there, and obviously running it on 60 degrees out here for an angle, and then the contrast I got way up. It's high, like 18 or 19, and then my sensitivity is at like 8 or 9. And that seems to be kind of the best deal. There's one right under the boat. It's funny out here, you're floating around on these flats and they love to just come and check out the boat, I think. And like if you spot lock somewhere for a while, it doesn't take long, and then all of a sudden there'll just be some under your boat as well. But usually when they're down there, as soon as you drop it down there, if they're gonna bite, they kind of get after it pretty quick. But
I think that's a good comparison you made to the sailfish of saltwater fish. Some myself, and
keep rolling.
I think that's exactly what these Lake St. Clair smallmouth do. When that sun comes out and they can see and the visibility is better, they come up and they start hunting for bait, and that's when Lake St. Clair is at its best. Especially with the electronics. Not only are they more in a feeding mode, but with the electronics, they expose themselves, especially with the forward facing. You can see them just everywhere when, 80, 90 feet out.
Spotted bass and largemouth can be upwards feeders, but it seems like they, even if they're up in the water column, will follow baits down, whereas smallmouth are upwards feeders most of the time, it seems. So, interesting dynamic. Can't believe I got away with sneaking in a saltwater reference in bass fishing, you know what I'm saying? But I guess if we're gonna do it, we'll do it on the Great Lakes, who knows? It's been a great morning so far. We're still waiting to see if someone can get an unofficial 20-pound bag on Bass Track. Caleb Summerall popped in and almost did that, 19 pounds, 12 ounces. Davey Hyde on set says Will Davis might be the first one. He's still in the running right there, hanging tight.
I've changed my mind. I think Jacob Fouts.
We'll have to, Jacob Fouts, okay. We got Jacob Fouts in second. Mark Frazier up into third. Bernie Schultz, Ed Lochran is your top 5. We got some classic champs and some others in our top 10. We'll be right back at Lake St. Clair.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. I think I've caught a fish right there, Davey. That is right at the start of the St. Clair River, close to Lake St. Clair. I've maybe traversed there once or twice in my time. It's a lot swifter current than people imagine when you're sitting in the river.
A lot of current right there. You're exactly right. I don't think you caught a fish there. I think it was 100 yards south of there.
I think I saw someone catch one there. Maybe we got waked out by a big boat or not. Maybe right there. We have a new leader, Ed Lochran. It seems starting every segment, ending every segment, a new leader takes the top spot. Still waiting for that 20 pounds. You're on the edge there, Davey. Ed Lochran, 19-13. Caleb Summerall, 19-12. Mark Frazier, 19-10. This is lining up to be, like you said, maybe 15, maybe 20 different 20-pound bags.
Yeah, I think it will be, and you can definitely see the weights are tightening up. It's going to be, and I talk about this all the time. Every Bassmaster Elite tournament is equally important, whether you're on Lake St. Clair, as we see here, or Chad Pipkins on Lake Erie. It's all the same amount of points, the same amount of money, but boy, this tournament right here, you just know that a few ounces each day is going to separate someone from, making the the Saturday cut and then possibly having that chance to make the Sunday cut, or driving home on Friday night or Saturday morning. It's just, it almost seems unfair to go catch as many fish as these anglers are going to catch this week, and anyone to have to drive home empty-handed.
It's been a little frustrating. First stop, I've had 5 big bites. I caught 1. You know, I've already had 22 pounds on. At least I know they're around still. They're just biting weird. Everything they're biting weird. Crankbait, Carolina rig, they won't touch a drop shot. It's like it's got to have some movement. So I'm out on a little deeper place, just trying to pick up a few. I caught some nice ones here, but that shallower stuff's been the deal. I just got to get them in the boat. So I still feel like we're going to get our chances. I just got to make some decisions. I'm torn if I want to run all the way down. It's the same kind of stuff down there, but I have smashed them on it before. But I mean, like I said, we've already lost a couple 4 1/4 to 4 1/2, one over 5, another big. So there's plenty of fish here to have a derby. Just got to get them in the boat. So we got time. We got a couple 2.5 hours if I stay around here. I feel like if I did, I'll get my chances at, 3 or 4 more big ones. Because that's what we're gonna need. I'd like to do it right here.
I think Seth Fighter made the run all the way to the mouth of Lake Ontario, the St. Lawrence River. And I'm just kidding, that buoy looks so familiar that we'll see some of that in the next few Elite Series events. But about the only structure you'll see out on Lake St. Clair is a couple buoys here and there. And on Lake Erie, it's a different condition for sure with Chad Pipkins, a lot more structure fishing. And today, he may be disappointed, Davey Height. He's only 1 for 5 on the big bites, but we'll deem that one big bite the power pole replay of the day so far. And look at the acrobatics from this guy.
Watch the jump. Oh my gosh, when we saw this, that was my vote for power pole replay of the day. And it's been, about an hour and a half ago, Chad Pipkins was able to hook up this fish and put it in the boat. To see that smallmouth bass come out of the water, look like 4 or 5 feet high, almost eye level. Check this out. Maybe not quite eye level, but I'm gonna say 4 feet from the surface of the water. Chad Pipkins a little taller than I thought he was. But it's you can't even describe it if you've never experienced this. You certainly need to try to come up north, catch some smallmouth, or even down south. But they're very acrobatic and addicting to want to go chase after, no doubt.
Power pole replay of the day, and it may get better if we get these clouds to go away. A lot of Pipkins fish hooked funny outside the mouth, not correct where they're supposed to be, where you'd expect them to be, and that means they get off at times. And Pipkins is not shooting the percentage he wants to shoot today so far.
Another one down there.
That's the gamble when you make that long run too. You miss a few fish, you start worrying about the clock and the amount of time you have left to fish. He does have a lot of time to catch 5 nice fish, no doubt about it, but the pressure starts building on you when you lose a few fish.
Such, we've been talking about it. It's a conversation we'll have the next 3 events, but don't look any farther than tied for 8th right now. Brandon Cobb into the 8th position. Not only has he taken the Bass Track lead for Angler of the Year, he's done so by over 40 points. So a guy who's had a big lead, gave it all away in one event, trailed coming into this, has now another big lead just one day into St. Clair so far.
40-something points ahead. Going to Sabine, finishes 91st, drops down to 2nd place, 12 points back, and Welcher had a big time. I don't know if it's a good one, but I see one. With his 7th place finish there.
I think it was basically like the old All-Star events. So-and-so can't win AOI unless this happens to this guy, and then it all happens, and you're like, oh no. As our leader in Progressive Angler of the Year official
Put him in
coming
there
into
anyway,
the day,
he's 2.5.
Kyle Welcher, hooked up. May need to start putting them in the live well and not worrying about their size there, Davey Height.
It's got a lot of fishing time left. That's why it's so interesting to watch the Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year unfold, because it can definitely swing in just a few hours. Not even day one here at this event. I mean, we're just a few hours into day one, and you see Kyle Welcher.
Couple casts.
Yeah.
You make the right cast and you have 23. You don't upgrade the rest of the day, but you did your work
Super
quickly.
skinny.
We will be maybe not talking about him throwing fish back when it comes 3 o'clock, if he just has 4-pounders in the live well.
And there's a different mentality, talking about Angler of the Year again. The hunter or the hunted, being the hunter or being hunted, the mentality of, especially at a place like this, you want to go to an area where you can get a lot of bites, but you also know a lot of 2.5-pound bites are not going to do you any good at all. And there's a lot that goes on mentally.
He said that'd be the trick, is he wanted to get up north and get used to catching smallmouth and be around fish.
Yep.
Now, sorting out to find those 4-pounders, that's the trick.
Yep, it really is. To be around fish is not the answer on a place like Lake St. Clair. You've got to be around the right size fish. And it's hard to do. It's hard to know that you hear guys catching 50 or 60 a day and you're only catching 15, but it doesn't matter. You can only weigh in 5. Easier said than done, though. Be out there going 30 minutes between bites.
Welcher's third fish just showed up. He's 74th, right behind John Cox, who's only got 3 fish today. So he's fallen down the AOI a little bit, but he's still got plenty of time.
Seems like you really can't. You can use the information you've gathered from past events to help you, but it seems like you can't rest on those facts, Davey. It seems like the guys who do well, Brandon Pollock's done well here multiple times, and he's done well in different parts of St. Clair or the rivers every time. But you just have to know the recipe to success and find it that given week. There's no rock pile that you're going to go back to every time we come here.
And some smallmouth fishery is different than Lake St. Clair. Less contour and the rock pile features like that on the bottom at Lake St. Clair. That's why, and everybody knows that Clark and I are friends. I'm not just saying it because of him, but a Jason Christie, a Clark Wendland, a Seth Fighter, just like every time we go there, you can just bet they might not be in the same area, but they're going to be around the right size fish.
The Johnson brothers aren't doing so hot right now. I like Chris Johnston's quote where he said a lot of times you go to St. Clair, you just delete your waypoints and start over.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Pretty good.
And that's hard to do.
Oh, yeah.
That's hard to do.
Caught him here
Human
last
nature,
time.
you want to go back where you caught them. I mean, that's just
poke around, but the grass grows differently.
Yes, the
They
bait,
might, it might
current.
have been a colder spring, might have been a hotter spring. They may be a little ahead or behind. They might, I remember that going to Mille Lacs for fun in the fall after our season ends, and I went 2 weeks earlier. I went 1 week, and then the next year I went 2 weeks earlier, and every single waypoint of rocks had walleye on all of them and not smallmouth because those fish weren't to that depth zone yet. Same thing here, even though a foot or two can be half a mile away. They have a long ways to swim before they really get changes sometimes.
Yep.
Matt Robertson's the only one I see out in Erie near the islands, and he just caught his first fish.
Okay.
Just a 3-pounder.
I fully expect him to be our day one leader, Such. He's been the day one leader like half of the events this season.
Yes.
Robertson's had a good start to some of these events.
Where was it that Robertson faltered days 1 and 2 and then climbed up?
Yeah, it's been one or the other.
Put him on 5.
He needs a limit.
Welcher said, we heard you talking about Brandon Cobb on Bassmaster Live, and I wanted to let you know I'm still here, living and breathing in this event.
So was he releasing some 2-pounders earlier this morning?
I think so. It may be even smaller than that, but we have seen, you know, we've had Brandon Cobb on camera. He hasn't been outside the top 20 except for the Sabine River, but while he was doing that, we were occasionally getting a glimpse of Kyle Welcher, a little bit at Seminole. We got to see him a little bit at Santee Cooper, Sabine River for sure. But Kyle Welcher, maybe not top 10s, Davey, but top 20s and top 30s all season long.
Yeah, he has been. There's a shot of Santee Cooper, and you can see those first couple events like Seminole, like Okeechobee. The big key in being able to win Angler of the Year, because it is Angler of the Year, not specializing in one specific type body of water, vegetation, or you know, the northern swing. But Kyle Welcher has done a great job being very versatile this year, and as you can see, catching a lot of largemouth, feeling really good coming into the northern swing because he's had the last few years to gain a lot of experience catching some of these smallmouth. So we'll see how it all shakes out. He's just got to get around a little bit bigger fish, but Kyle Welcher definitely has earned leading Angler of the Year.
He's one of 3 guys who's made the 2-day cut in every event so far.
Oh, I was going to do that for trivia later, Sue.
Oh, you were?
No, we had 6 going into the Sabine, and 3 of them dropped out of that streak, and so only 3 remain.
How about Brian Schmidt? He caught a 5.8 earlier. He just landed a 4.0. He's at 19.5 pounds and tied with Faust for 4th.
As this could be a limit fish for Kyle Welcher, which when we started talking Angler of the Year race, he had 2 fish in the live well, 3 keepers quickly. That'll vault him up probably 30 to 40 spots, and it'll be a dead even fight again for Angler of the Year.
Well, Cobb's getting his work done. He's 18-13, 10th place.
One big thing I noticed as well, looking at his highlights, Davey, of when we've had him on camera, I would say out of our 6 events so far this season, the 3 events where it was susceptible for you to slip up and struggle were Seminole, Santee, and Sabine. Those are great fisheries for the first 2 that were in a weird time frame, and then the Sabine is always tricky on do you run far, do you stay close. So those 3, seeing him on camera, shows me he survived the ones where stumbles were likely.
We ain't got no weight though.
Excelled at Sabine. That's one of the scarier events we go to.
I think that's 2 top 10s in a row there for Kyle Welcher.
The tide at the Sabine didn't go out the first 2 days of that tournament like it had been doing in practice. It really threw a lot of those guys, including Brandon Cobb, a serious curveball.
Kyle Welcher, oh, how it changes. We started the segment, he had 2 keepers in the box and had thrown back keepers earlier this morning. Now he has a 5-fish limit, looking to encroach on the deficit in Angler of the Year, unofficially, that Brandon Cobb had put over top of him. As we look at our top 10, to get in the top 10 right now, you have to have 18-13, and then Davey, only a pound more than that, is our leader, Ed Lochran, tight at the top, 1 pound for the top 10 separating them. We've got some known smallmouth hammers in the top 10, and some guys who really need a good week. They want to make the Bassmaster Classic. We'll be back with more action in the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair.
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here for the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We also have St. Clair River, the Detroit River, and then Lake Huron, portions of it, and portions of Lake Erie in play as we see our playing field. Chad Pipkins fishing Canadian side, not too far. Could go much farther into Lake Erie, but about 60 miles, give or take, for some of his spots before he starts fishing, and then we make it to the Canada side. Looks like Kyle Welcher has made a move over to that side of Lake St. Clair. We're out with Chris Zaldane.
Interesting to see those anglers spread out over about 70 miles.
Just 70 miles?
Yeah.
About an hour and 10 minutes away from each other on a calm day?
On a perfect day, yeah. Chris Zaldane hooked up with, got 5 in the live well, but it needs to replace a few, including the smallest one, 2 pounds, 8 ounces.
can stay up to date all tournament long on Bass Track if you scan that QR code and be able to follow along with Bass Track. You'll have the Bassmaster Live video player there as well. A little behind the back pass back to Lake St. Clair from Chris Zaldane, but you'll be able to watch also,
behind
like Such says, the Angler of the Year race in the far right column on Bass Track. You can keep an eye on that as well.
Don't tell them all my tricks, Ronnie.
Tells Zaldane looking at a lot of fish right now. Hopefully some bigger ones get going for him.
He just had Bass Track lighted Bob Downey with a 4-pounder. He's 14th place. Gerald Swindle with a 4-pounder, almost at 18 pounds.
Might be a little better.
Chris Zaldane hooked up again. Get a little bit of a grouping of them fired up. Can get right in a hurry.
Looks a little better. This one might help him.
Come here. Nice.
Cameraman zoom in sure looks a little bit bigger than when they get it in the boat.
Ow.
This looks about that same size, 2.5-ish.
So many. I don't think so.
Might help him a little.
Oops, sorry. That sucker's long and skinny. Ouch.
Les Zaldane eyes it up and maybe puts it on a scale, maybe a balance beam, trying to get every ounce he possibly can into his starting 5-fish limit. We'll let him make those calls as we bring it into the Bassmaster Studios. Wanted to, at the Dakota Lithium Screen Knowledge, get into a little bit of Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. I'm just going to jump straight into it. There's some good, sometimes maybe not good for Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. For me this year, the way I structured my 5-man lineup, you have 5 buckets to choose from. Obviously, bucket A is the top 20 in Angler of the Year. The next bucket, bucket B, is the rest of the field that's in the Classic cut so far. Then you've got the guys just out of the Classic, guys with work to do on the cusp of being eliminated from the Classic in bucket D. And then bucket E are the guys who just are not having a great season so far. But I picked these strategically. There are some guys who had high percentages in buckets. I didn't really avoid any high percentage guys. Having Jay Shakured on there, I think the wide open spaces, I think he's got a lot more knowledge at St. Clair and these types of fisheries than he did actually at the St. Lawrence River. It was his first trip there last year when he took the title. Corey Johnston, he's obviously had a great track record. He was on the short list of being on camera today. He's coming off great momentum as well at the St. Lawrence River, finishing 2nd place in the Bassmaster Open just last week. When you think about guys that you also pick, you don't have to be a good smallmouth angler to do well at Lake St. Clair. If you're good with your electronics, you can be able to decipher whether those fish were largemouth, spotted bass, or smallmouth, seeing them and knowing how they behave, knowing how to catch them and trick them. Guys like Cody Huff, guys like David Mullins are great with forward-facing sonar. And then Kenta Kimura in bucket B. He is a guy that I've admired his season and the last couple seasons. He has fished all 9 Elite Series events, all 9 Bassmaster Opens. He is doing phenomenal. 2nd place in the Opens Angler of the Year. He's obviously in the top 30 or so in our Bassmaster Angler of the Year in bucket B. Kenta's been on a roll. He just got another check in the Opens at the St. Lawrence River. I'd expect another good event from him. A couple of my guys don't have Marshall, so they're sitting down there at 0. A couple have 15 pounds. And there's a big group right now, Davey and Such. If you look at Bass Track, Brandon Polinick, you've got Jay Shakuret, you've got David Mullins, a lot of good anglers, all around 15 pounds, Seth Fighter included. We're going to see which ones stay at 15 the rest of the day and which ones end up getting up to 18, maybe 20 pounds and join the top 15 going into tomorrow.
All I had were bass when I was up
Got to
here.
ask you one question. Why Corey Johnson here and not St. Lawrence?
Buckets. Oh, no, you can use, in Rapala, I can use him there too. I can use him. Yeah, this isn't the one and done. That's Drain the Lake, and I'll get into that. I saved him for Drain the Lake for St. Lawrence, but yeah. I even said that on the podcast. I was like, you know what? I can use Jay. I can use Corey. At both of them, I may double dip and use a couple familiar guys.
Gary Corey doesn't have his limit yet.
Yeah, I know. Bucket C, though. It's
and Kenta does not have a Marshall, I believe.
That's right. Yeah,
he's off Bass Track altogether.
And Cody Huff.
20 pounds already. Brandon Cobb with a 312, closer to 20 pounds. He's in 7th place. 19 pounds, 1 ounce.
Same.
Zaldane, another. About the same
Same or
size.
smaller.
A little better.
About the same size. About the same size.
Remember when I said Will Davis was leading? He's now 11th.
And still
jinx
probably
it?
like a
Just a couple hours
pound,
ago.
a pound from the lead, though. That's what's crazy is we're getting
Another one.
so many guys in that 18 3/4 to 19
it's gonna
3/4.
Tighten up.
You saw Fouts is taking back the lead with 20 pounds, 8 ounces.
Oh.
He just caught a 4.5 pounder. And Rhett,
excuse me.
We didn't
Okay.
see that.
What alert do we need to
Big
sound
bag
off
alert.
for that?
We need
Big bag alert. Davey was with him the whole time.
Oh, yeah. At least the last segment or so.
And Alex Redwine has eclipsed 20 pounds.
Wow.
He caught a 5 pounder moments ago.
I'll tease the screen of knowledge
20
later.
pounds, 1 ounce.
With my Drain the Lake. I did pick Alex Redwine for this event, so
did
if
I,
you lose
Ronnie.
him one time, hey, I lose him, but hey, I'll take a 20-pound bag early.
This looks like a fish that'll help Kyle Welcher.
That one's a little bit better.
That one will help him.
Got us a 3.5 pounder.
Might be his biggest fish.
There was like 3 with it, and they were all bigs. What?
I mean, bowed up. Is that Z and Mercer? No.
Nah.
Z can rock a bucket hat, though.
I'm talking about bowed up on that
I feel like that's a muskie or a sturgeon. Or it's an ultralight. One of the two.
That's
Look
a
like
big
me in
fish,
2000.
right? That is musky.
Me in 2001 with a dip net. Is that, no, that's not 2001.
You're mentioning Jacob Fouts, our first 20-pound bag, and I hate to shed light on this. Oh my gosh, get in the boat.
What?
Carp? Is that a carp? It is a carp. Big old goldfish.
It is a carp.
Big walleye.
Got some big
Walleye?
lips.
Ah, that was too scaly to be a wall. Anyways, our unofficial leader, Jacob Fouts, the last time he was in this position, 2022, St. Lawrence River, he was the day one leader, giant bag, 28 pounds, I think, or whatever, 27, 15, 28 pounds, whatever.
Right.
Huge day, led on day one. That is, unfortunately, the last top 50 cut he has made was middle of last season when he was leading day one at the St. Lawrence. He made that cut and has gone through a streak of mechanical issues and just struggles in general in the 80s and 60s and 70s. Then he gets to the Sabine and has 100th. It's been a trying second year for
Come here, rubber lips.
Jacob Fouts, but it
So
would be a great
Pickwick,
one.
was that just before that tournament?
Yes, it was.
Because I know he had a
Back-to-back.
good tournament at Pickwick.
Yep.
Trying to not get hooked here.
Fouts had a 3rd at Chickamauga, 28th at Fork, 4th at Pickwick, and a 27th in New York.
Sheep had moved in.
Before that streak of poor finish. Maybe the northern swing is what he needs at the right time.
Chad Pipkins needs to get some smallmouth. Unfortunately, got a drum there.
Short day for him. first flight. He'll need to make good work in Lake Erie before he heads back. Little different sense of urgency as we start our smallmouth swing. We've got AOY on the minds of guys, Classic Cut on the minds of guys, Rookie of the Year, and then just obviously survival. You want to make sure you make a check in every event you can.
Yeah, and you know, you got to start thinking about it because we're talking about all the other things, requalifying for the Bassmaster Elites. I mean, there's guys that are looking for spots to move into. You look at the EQs and pay attention to those guys. So a lot on the line here in these last 3 events, and this is going to be a very, very tight tournament. Look at that.
It doesn't solve all of life's problems, Davey, but catching fish makes a lot of problems go away. We'll see who can do it during the rest of today. We'll be on Bassmaster Live after a little bit of a break with live mix, and then we'll have hopefully Mark Zona and Dave Mercer on site hosting a little bit of Bassmaster Live as well. And then we'll take you throughout the rest of the day, but stick around. Live mix will take precedence. It's been a joy having you here at St. Clair.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
There's 3 of them down there. Maybe a better one. I'm sure he's going to come for a big leap here. Man, they're fighters. This looks like a one we want. Digger. Yeah, that's the kind we want. Yes! Whew. Look at that little Z-Man trick shot. Oh, God. There's a lamprey on him, and I just felt him on my hand there. Scared the crap out of me. Look at this. Nasty little things. Okay, that's the kind we want, guys. Right there. Much better. Got a lamprey off them. Nice. 4.5 pounder. Number 1. All right. It's a good upgrade. Okay.
Nice job, dude.
Boom. Oh, there was like 3 or 4 with that one too down there, but yeah, needed that. Thing just wanted to dig. It wasn't a jumper. Kind of nice.
You'll take that.
Yeah.
I like either or.
Yeah, I like when they jump when I'm fun fishing, but
Today,
not so much in the derby. Yeah. They all of a sudden they came to check the boat out. And they're just like, we're right here swimming towards me, dropped it down. Here comes one for me. Come on, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh. Got two of them right under us here. Let's have a couple hanging around below me here. Trying to trick them. I think it's a, No. Not a helper. He just shot up and poked it though. Yeah. No. probably not quite. A little upgrade. Number 4. I got 3 of them now that say 308. Yes. Or wait, is that 4? Oh, that's 2. Good catch. Wasn't much, but sorry. I'm glad they're biting this thing now. That's like a couple in a row that have seen it and they just come up and smoked it.
That's the one I just missed, I think. God, I had him, I thought. Gotta get in here real fast. Come on. Where's my top? All right, so it's between, which ones are left? 5, 6, 3 something, 3, 2. Okay, so 2, 3. Where's my damn stuff?
One of the most amazing things about this classic is the fishing freaks that showed up here in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Look at that crowd. It is for the fans.
Blast off, there's all the media, the fans, family, you're in that moment.
A new all-time attendance record for the Bassmaster Classic this week in Knoxville, Tennessee.
I think everybody that shows up to the Classic wants to feel a little bit of what we are feeling.
When they open that door and pull you into that Coliseum, the adrenaline rush of that, it's insane.
This is a giant bass!
All the records set here in Knoxville in 2019 have been reset here again.
6 pounds, 13 ounces! Gussie gets it done! And oh, Canada, you have a Bassmaster Classic champion!
Should be one on that thing. Come on. Let's go, fish. It's not this tough, baby. Come on. That looks so, those are bass. Come on, just one of you bite. Those look just like they did in practice. Come on. Right there, that is on your head. Come on. Right where I caught a big one. I don't care if you're not big. Just want to put you in the live well. Get some good juices flowing. This is crazy, man. Even switched worms here. I'm not missing one because I don't have a sharp hook. There's a great big blob by itself right in front of me. Right where I caught about 7 bass. Come on. Let's go. Stay. Come on, stay. Come on, fish. Not a giant one, but 3-pounder that we need. Easy, girl. Bigger than 3 pounds. Nice and easy, baby. Come on. Nice and easy, girl. Nice and easy. Good. Nice and easy. If you get tired, come up and see your buddy. Come up and see your buddy, daddy. Nice and easy, girl. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Got you, sucker. Okay, okay. We got 5. Let's go now. Man. Ugh. That one wasn't coming off. Watching the struggle in progress, baby. But behind every good story is a struggle. But boy, it's been a struggle. Number 5, that's important.
Drop shot?
Yep, first bite I've had on a drop shot. I mean, they're down there, they're just not biting. But at least we don't go back to Lake St. Clair empty-handed without a... Easy, buddy, easy. Come on, buddy. All right, 3-pounder. Number 1 here. All right, make a few more throws here. Just got to keep ourselves in the mix, you know. You catch 12 pounds a day, you're not in the mix. We're not in the mix yet, but we got a lot of room to grow. Cheers for number 5. I saw that thing sitting over there. I'm like, come on, bite, just like, but still, that being said, we got a bite. It still didn't bite it on the fall. It bit when it was swimming around a little bit, you know, or wiggling. Good sign, no. Move back into 88th place. But we're on the right track. Oh, I forgot I saw him. He was a 2-pounder, so we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Not the one we were hunting for. But bit like you want them to bite when they're running, because there's 10 of their buddies that I don't see somehow. Couple drop shot bites. Tighten up the drag, buddy. Where's them 4-pounders? Come on. There's one. I see you. I see you. Be big. Eat my stuff. Eat my stuff. Right there. Should catch a dang 3.5 to 4 pounder here. I've caught some nice ones. Come on, I'll let you look at it a little while longer. I'm okay with it, fish. Another 7, 8 minutes here. I'm gonna go back where we were. There's a couple more shallow places. I caught some 4.5 to 5 pounders. Maybe we'll snatch one off one of them. Oh, I see a couple. Here we go. Come on. That's right where they were. Let's get over there and catch one. Here we go, here we go. Bite like that first one did. Nice blob. Eat it. Dude, today went quick, or is going quick. It's crazy. I thought I might have wanted that late. I was like, if I could have picked, I would have loved to have been in the last flight today, but it's okay. We still got some good time to catch a few 4-pounders. Stay in the mix. How about one right here? Kind of looks like a fish in between them rocks. It definitely does. I see you swimming away. Come swim over here. Bathroom break. Pee into the wind.
You just look bored over there.
Oh. I am not bored.
Would not have helped for sure. Little.
Like every time the sun comes out, you get a bite.
There's a little one.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Oh, it's true. It's really happening. The Bassmaster Elite Series is back in your life with the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. And we're returning to a body of water that is so fabled. Many call it the 6th Great Lake, but atop the leaderboard, the barrister himself with 21 pounds, 12 ounces. And look how tight that leaderboard is. 20 pounds all the way down to 7th place. And look at that. Austin Felix, a Chicago City bus, tried to stop him from being here, but nothing can stop him, and he's inside the top 10. But it is early. It is just day number 1 of a four-day event, and a very special event because of this guy, the Z-Train. We're in the great state of Michigan, which is your state. How could we have an event without you at it?
Oh, it's nice to be at. I haven't been here in a while, and it's weird. I made this comment to I like to call him the Ted DiBiase of the outdoor crew, Zach, looking good. And in all honesty, it's weird. It's weird. It's fun being back. It's like a little mini classic we got going on right here. And I think the most interesting thing in this tournament right now, if you've been following a lot of Bass Track early this morning on Bassmaster.com, is we started off, and I talked about this in my hit with Davey and Ronnie and Such. These fish do not like coming off of the bottom when you have low ceilings. And really, the first time we have seen sun is in the last 45 minutes, here and there. And really kind of watch Bass Track the rest of the day. If we get some sun, I think you're going to see some guys do a lot more damage than we've seen earlier. With that being said, there has been a foul amount of 3 to 3.5 pounders, where it seems like right now a 4 to 4.5 pounder solid gold.
More importantly, if producer Zach is Ted DiBiase,
the $1 million man.
Who is his Virgil?
Oh, I would put. I don't know at this. One other thing. Looking before we get into our midday report, one other thing is, I think the biggest surprise in this tournament right now. We're able to look at our GPS where all the anglers are. I would have lost a lot of money, being that your unofficial top 12 right now are all in St. Clair and all on the U.S. side. Anchor Bay has been a player in years past in the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of local tournaments around here are won this time of year. But to see the amount of leaders in Anchor Bay is something we have not seen before on an Elite Series tournament, at least for day 1.
This incredible body of water tells us a different tale every single time we come here. Let's get caught up with all the doings with your Toyota midday report. And let's start with one of the odds-on favorites coming into this event, an angler who has won here before, but he won on Lake Erie where he's fishing today.
Yeah, and really, Chad Pipkins making the comment he spent all of his practice time on the North Shore of Erie. And if you really look at the predictions of weather for the 4 days of this tournament, they set up perfectly for living on that North Shore, really from Colchester down to Kingsville, Leamington. And the other thing is, Chad made the comment, he said, it's like the days of past. It's like 15 years ago where you're going through a lot of numbers and then seeing Wolfpack's a big one. A lot of his fish were really 7 to 13 feet of water. It's been slow for him today, and he has had free reign of about a 15-mile stretch, still some time, but he's starting to battle that hourglass that he's against, having to make that long run back.
What time does he have to come back?
I don't know what flight he's in, but it has to start going through your head probably at about 1:15 to 1:30. You got to start making that move. Don't get me wrong, Chad knows a lot of stuff in the river in case he needs one or two. From there, looking at your Angler of the Year leader, Kyle Welcha, one of the anglers that has been concentrating on the Canadian side, on the South Shore, but plagued with not catching a lot of numbers this morning.
Which is not the case normally.
I guess what's really surprising, I've really watched where Kyle's been fishing today. Obviously, we had a big tournament here a couple weeks ago. He's kind of in that general zone. But I was surprised, really, from the mouth of the Detroit River towards Bell River Hump, there really has only been 6 to 10 boats all day long over there, which is stunning because generally this time of year, that's when that South Shore really fires.
Well, you know what I want to get? I want to get a little Zaldangerous right now. And he said it in social media. Chris Zaldane said, this may be the most important tournament day of my career.
No, I would say it would have been the final day at the Bassmaster Classic.
I would agree, but I'm just telling you what he said in social media.
I don't know, but it sounds good. I'm not scared to manufacture drama with Zaldane right now. He is another angler that was around the Bell River Hump. Very, very surprising that coming into this tournament sitting in, I think, 78th in points. But if you really look at the next 3 tournaments, setting up very well. And here's the interesting thing with Zaldane. He has been plagued with a lot of bites, but the quality just not there. But to see an angler in a professional tournament fishing around the Bell River Hump, basically in August, the beginning of August, end of July, and to be left alone, so strange.
You would have lost a lot of money if you're a bet man. That place is generally so full, but a guy who does very well here, I don't know, is he your protege maybe?
I don't know. Seth's just a good boy. Seth's a good boy on the water. Seth's a good boy off the water. And really, Seth, even though he has won here, I think he caught 70-something pounds in 3 days. Was that what it was? For the Angler of the Year tournament that was here, catching those in the mouth of the Detroit River near the island down there, fishing shallow. But today, fishing a little bit deeper, another angler that is on the Canadian side. He had a little bit, he's closer to the river system, to the mouth of the South Channel. And the one thing that Seth has always said on St. Clair, I'm never, ever comfortable here. As featureless as this body of water is, granted, you get more feature when you get to like North Shore of Erie with Pipkins, a lot more rock, just a lot more regularity where Pipkins is. Basically, St. Clair just a giant flat, but you're seeing Seth fish in an area we have covered him in years past.
From one former progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year to another, Clark Wendland.
Yeah, I was listening to Davey talk about Clark Wendland, and all the way back to many years ago, fishing against Clark Wendland here. It's just one of those bodies of water. You could tell there's a comfort level with Clark. He never seems to make massive runs. Really fishes within a few miles of our takeoff here in Brandenburg Park. And again, just a very, very solid day for Clark Wendland.
Brandenburg Park is our weigh-in
Love
location.
this place. Had no idea it was here.
Oh, it's a great facility.
Yes.
Wonderful facility. If you're coming out to weigh-in, make sure you make your way up to Brandenburg Park. I guess we would kind of upper end of Anchor Bay.
North end of Anchor Bay, yeah.
Party town.
Absolutely. There's a lot of fun little taverns and restaurants right around there, if you know what I mean, boy. Watching Clark today mix in, looked like a jig head minnow and a drop shot throughout the morning. Just a nice, solid limit for Wendland this morning.
Great start for Clark Wendland. But let's go over to our reigning and defending Bassmaster Classic champion, Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, and like Wendland working on the U.S. side, Jeff Gustafson also working on the U.S. side. Gussie, basically, here's the thing. If you fish Lake St. Clair, there's a big pack of boats right now in Anchor Bay. There's a big pack of boats off of Metro, usual area where we've covered anglers in the past. Gussie, a lot more south than that. Really south of 9 Mile, still on the U.S. side, going through big numbers, and we got to see him make upgrades before this midday report. I know he's with cameraman Brian Evie, getting some great screenshots of his Mega Live, but look for Gussie kind of to make some noise today. Again, one of those anglers left alone off the beaten path.
Jeff Gustafson currently in 38th place. I spent a lot of time fishing this off break, but generally for walleye and muskie and all sorts of different stuff. But there'll be some of those here.
Oh yeah,
we'll see some of those in
our here.
Very large playing field this time.
It doesn't
around.
look like it on screen. It really doesn't look like it on screen. That is a world apart. Even actually by land, it's not that far, but by water, definitely is. Chad Pipkins making one of the longest runs. Another one that made that run into Erie. Not having a good day. Matt Robertson going to get out to Chad Pipkins right now. Looks like he's a little bit west of Colchester. currently in 45th place unofficially. That was your midday report.
I think it was a good one, Z.
Felt
good.
Well, felt good for the first day, but don't pat yourself on the back yet.
Please, bid it on.
Sorry, hooked up
Stay on,
live.
baby, please. Come on. Please, stay on. Come on, baby. It bit it about a foot underneath the surface. Please, Lord, stay on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby, let's go. Come on, that's what we need. We're live and we're 5-pounder hooked up. Come on. Come on, baby. Nice and easy, girl. Come on. We're due. Come on. That's the one we need. Come here, big girl. I'm gonna take you for a ride, little ice bath. Stay. Nice and easy. Stay down there. Oh gosh, come on, baby. It is a giant. Come here, baby. Be tired. Where you going? Come on. We got time. Holy lowly. It's a fatty. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, nice and easy. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. Nice and easy. Touched her. Come on. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Come here. Oh my God, we got her! Finally! Bam! It has been a struggle. We're in 17 foot of water and that fish bit 2 feet underneath the surface as I was reeling in. You don't think they're messed up with that wind. I don't know what else to say. But good news is she wasn't going nowhere. Was on the new perfection piece, baby. The floating drop shot bait, apparently, that you need to be trolling 2 feet underneath the surface for tarpon. Oh, I'm shaking. Shaking. Definitely wasn't going anywhere. Troll car number 4 has been pegged. Come on. When you stop fishing is when you stop doing this, and I am not stopping for a while. Oh, thank you, Lord. That is a better one. Not a 5, but gotta be a 4. Big black beauty. There we go. Couple more bites. Woo! Gosh, we've had chances. I've had like 5 or 6 good bites. All right, here we go.
Take a look at your TH Marine weather watch today. Partly sunny. Haven't seen a lot of that sun so far, but keep your eye on that wind north 5 to 10.
Not even
You heard Chad talk about right
I'm
there
excited.
that the wind has jacked this area up. With those storms that we had last night,
3
wicked
3/4.
south and westerly winds kind of got that North Shore a little bit
500,
stirred up.
you
That
don't
being
want us to
said,
do a pound and a
you
half.
have
Oh,
fished
right.
on that North Shore.
Yes,
It is
sir.
amazing how quickly that area can
get
clean
rid of
itself. Tomorrow we're going to see some PM storms,
number
but
3.
again, really not bad winds, and we talked about it earlier today. If there's a tournament set up, at least for the 4-day forecast for that North Shore,
Now we're back in the
this is
game.
it for Pipkins.
Still not where we need to be, but we're in the game at least. That's a good call.
It's amazing how few anglers ran there. I mean, 2 boats literally in all of Lake Erie?
All of Lake Erie. But I think you also get sucked into having a
Not out
first
yet.
good day of practice because we had such calm winds. Getting around St. Clair, you have a solid day and you say, oh, the heck with it, I'm just going to play it safe. The other thing is, I'm not sure. Look, man, there's been a lot of big bags. You talk to local guys, well, not local, but Indiana guys
That's
like
a good one, I think.
Heath Wagner that really fish Erie a lot. Last weekend, Dave, there was a load of big stringers caught in that area Pipkins is in. I'm not sure a lot of our field has intimate knowledge of Lake Erie.
It felt at Takeoff this morning, Z, it felt like the season changed in the way that, like, we haven't had an event for 6 weeks, but you could feel
tension.
The tension. You know, that wasn't there in orange, but they've had 6 weeks to crunch the numbers,
process things,
process
this requalification situation, classic, St. Clair of the Year title.
Number 2.
Gussie hooked up.
Yeah, I'll cut right to it. As Anthony Clayton would say, maps to the next angler. Basically, you look at Gussie. Gussie is actually not that far from Kyle Welcher. Kyle Welcher fairly close to the river mouth. You see Gussie just across that line.
I'm just gonna hit the spot lock here.
Actually get a plural use, maps to the next angle. You see Kyle Welcher right on that Canadian line, really kind of the funnel that dumps into the Detroit River. You hear a lot of folks call that kind of the dumping grounds. Yep, a lot of hard bottom there, a little bit less grass. See Zaldane a little further down towards Bell River Hump. Back to Kyle Welcher alive.
Came into this event with the lead in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Currently in 66th place. But with every hook set, that can change.
I think he's bigger than my smallest one.
Kind of look at this footage, though, all the 3-pounders that we saw earlier this morning. You could tell just in the last 60 minutes, quality has started, and really that's kind of St. Clair 101. You know, if you weren't tuned in, the one thing I said on the hit with Ronnie and Davey and Such was I did see, gosh, who was up in the river this morning that caught a big bag early? Will Davis did, up in the river. He better be careful on Sunday. He can get up there in the morning, but there is a power boat race Sunday afternoon where they're closing a stretch of that river that you will basically be locked up there if you don't leave early on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Sunday.
Oh.
Come on, stop bouncing.
Chad Pipkins a lake away on Lake Erie, and who would have thought just 2 boats ran to Erie today? But it is definitely a battle of quantity, or quality versus quantity in Erie.
Stay put for me, big girl. Medium girl. Easy.
The scary thing about 2 boats being there is, sure, you think you've got freedom of areas, but you're also like, I'm making a long run, and that leaves one other person to help me out on my way back.
Hey, I'm here.
And that person's Matt Robertson, so who knows where?
Well, and Robertson's out at Peely. I've been watching him all day long. But you watch how Pipkins has managed his day. He started really shallow, looked like he was in, and this is typical North Shore. You start kind of winding 8 to 12 feet of water, but he struggled up shallow today where there were some really nice wolf packs throughout practice, and as he's faded deeper, 15 to 20 feet of water, that's when you've seen him put a really solid limit in the boat now.
Yeah, not giants, but man, we're setting ourselves up to not suck. Oop, oop. As I hook myself in the leg. What do we got going on here? Can't hook the bass, but I can hook a Chad. I mean, to get right underneath you.
Well, Pipkins pulls a hook out of his Achilles.
Now, you know? They still don't get it on the fall, though.
He was kind enough.
Milling around down there. Come on, be a 3-pounder. You know, it's been a weird day when you're like, come on, be a 3-pounder. But we'll take what we can get right now. It's got a nice fat, oh yeah. 3 1/4. Number 3, we'll put 3 back on the board. There we go. See, we're getting rid of 355. We're getting rid of
Number 2, 242. .242. Okay. We're breathing now, we're breathing. What's going on, guys? Chad Pipkins here, and we are fishing Lake St. Clair this week. And this is where I got the only W of my career with Bassmaster. I'm excited to get after it. When I won fishing nothing but the Demiki DC 300 on my mad crankiness rod here. That's gonna be a big player for me this week. And a new little drop shot bait. All I'm gonna show you is the beautiful tail from Perfection. Every fish I've caught this week in practice has been on this, and between these two, I feel like I'm gonna get some chances.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to the 7th stop of 2023, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair here in Macomb County, Michigan. This is day number 1 and the first of 3 northern events to finish off the season, and it seems every single segment we have a brand new leader, so let's not break that trend. Your brand new leader, the Baby Shark, Shane LaHue with 22 pounds even, and a southern angler that really has a strong northern track record.
He's pretty good with the spinning rod, and really looking at that top 10 as we go into Friday, kind of looking ahead. We're going to see a whole bunch of Anchor Bay tomorrow, because I believe out of that top 10 unofficially, I believe 7, maybe 8 of your anglers fishing Anchor Bay right now. Yes. Wow. Wow is right.
Well, let's head out live on the water on this
That was an awkward pause.
Well,
that's all right.
It's kind of my specialty.
Understand.
Let's join up with Seth Fighter, who is one of his wins came from this body of water, and obviously a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Yeah, fishing very, very, very popular area, fishing very close to the main shipping channel, dividing the U.S. and Canadian side of St. Clair.
Got a tiny hook in here. I can't really pull that hard. And I already bent it, so I'm going to have to retie this thing. I don't know if he's a 2-pounder or a big one. Can't really put no heat on him. He's okay one. I don't know if he's going to help though. Pretty one. Help. So what?
I don't think so.
Nah, I think he's a 3-pounder though. 2.5? Has it been that long since I caught one? I forgot.
Yeah, it's 2.5. Maybe not even 2.5.
Really? You're spot on. I'm just gonna ask you how big they are before I bust out the scale. I gotta retell that jig
A lot of culling right there for.
There's some bigs here.
Seth Fighter, the last 2 hours.
Everybody's chilling. Everybody's
Going to leave
good.
the main shipping channel in St. Clair. Slide southwest. Your classic champion, Jeff Gustafson, who, like Seth Fighter, ton of culling. Really, as far as the anglers on camera, you're looking at Seth Fighter and Gussie really catching more than anybody we've had on camera here on day 1 on St. Clair.
Over to your reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, not far from his home and native land of Canada, the great Canadian snow leopard, Jeff Gustafson.
Come on, be a big one.
I've really been watching his Mega Live all day long, and one of the areas that he's in right there, not as much grass. You could see, obviously, a hard bottom with that return. A lot more rubble through there.
Just caught like a dozen 1 and 2 pounders there, and then all of a sudden this one shows up. I think this is the one we want to bring to see Uncle Dave. They are fighters, man, oh man. Oh no, come here. Okay, I got her. It's scary kind of on that little hook, but little Gamakatsu G finesse, Z-Man trick shot, super good drop shot bait. That's a helper. Yes.
Gussie came into this event just outside of the Classic cut. Obviously, is going to qualify for the Classic as defending champion. But whenever you win the Classic, there's a little extra pressure put on you to make sure you qualify again and get an extra spot for the other anglers.
Actually, would say that there would be absolutely zero pressure.
Well, no, it's not real pressure, but it's...
Not to disagree, but who cares?
Balance beam.
I never realized how much I love Davey Heights. So this moment right now.
Hey, look, I love the Dave and Davey show, and I got news. I am not putting my best foot forward right now. We're going to slink right across that. Actually, we're going to go right close to the line right now. Angler of the Year leader Kyle Welcher. You could definitely listen. Ronnie and Davey are going to have a great afternoon. You could tell with the higher skies, a lot better quality the last really 2 hours now.
Is that just a visual thing? Fish are able to see better?
Absolutely. You know, Ronnie was asking, he was talking about, you know, main forage, and really a lot of the forage is so much different from where you see guys in St. Clair where you have perch or alewife, and I talked about this, so many pods of emerald shiner this time of year and really a smaller bait fish compared to where Pipkins is. It's a lot more shad oriented on Erie. And I know this sounds crazy, but I fish here a lot. Watching this one with Kyle Welcher, I fish here a lot early in the year, and this is interesting. Gizzard shad are a huge player early in the season on St. Clair. Big gizzard shad.
Wow. How big?
I mean, 6 to 8 inch gizzard shad.
Wow.
Yeah, and you'll actually see fish busting and schooling and birds diving, and the water temps 45 to 50 degrees. It's interesting how their forage on St. Clair changes compared to Erie.
And the forage is so key to your result in the tournament. I mean, you have anglers that are fishing a mayfly bite, and those fish are the exact same size, but they weigh a lot less than the perch eaters.
They do. And the other thing is, we usually do not get multiple day mayfly hatches, especially this time of year as we're kind of tailing off. I think we had a small one last night. It just seems the fish get a lot more pelagic, just chasing bait this time of year.
No, the nice thing about the wind, they didn't have any wind in pre-fish. Oh, those little gnats and stuff. Did you see some of the nasty pictures?
Yeah, it was just terrible.
All in your hair and your shirt. Total mess. But what is not a mess is that leaderboard. Look at that. All the way from 1st to 10th, over 20 pounds. But your tournament leader, the baby shark, Shane LaHue, with 22 pounds even, trying to win his first ever Bassmaster Elite Series event. But we'll see what the barrister has to say about that.
Exactly.
We'll be back shortly from the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair.
So weird.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back. AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Day one of a 4-day tournament. Got to make it through the top 50 the first 2 days to fish in semifinal Saturday. We'll fish with 50, and the top 10 will fish on championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah. You want me to do it?
Go ahead and do it.
Why don't we do it? Taking a look at some of our anglers on our big playing field right there. Mercury move of the day, pretty much hands down. We're going to make the move right now with Shane Lee Hugh. Obviously has had some great smallmouth tournaments a couple years ago against Chris Johnston, fishing within sight of him on the St. Lawrence River. Might get to see that again this year. Mercury move of the day, really looking at his damage. Let's talk about that. 10 o'clock really to 12:30 unofficially with 22 pounds. Mercury move of the day here on day number 1. Shane LeHue from North Carolina.
Might have wanted to slide that over to his roommate, who's sitting in second for Angler of the Year.
Stuff right there.
3 bucks right now. Chad Pipkins in Lake Erie, our Bassmaster Classic champion and our current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Kyle Welcher.
I want to listen, really watching Chad Pipkins and what he's been doing. He's been doing a lot of winding today, and I know a lot of our Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie fishermen, a lot of guys that fish that North Shore do that. The way he is fishing is a way to catch a big, big stringer. And I think one of the most positive things that we've heard about that North Shore of Erie, and I was talking with Davey earlier today about this, usually when you go to that North Shore of Erie, all the way out to Pelee Island, throughout the years, guys like Joe Baylog and Steve Clapper, that dominate in tournaments, we all seen Lake Erie go down to where you'd go there and get 4 to 8 bites, or like Matt Robertson, who's had a really rough day. I think he's only got 1 or 2 bass. The really positive thing, listening to some of the local fishermen and Pipkins practice, a lot of bites, a lot of 2 to 3.5 pound fish. Granted, you're around a lot of big rogues and a couple wolf packs, but to hear that the numbers have come back on that North Shore of Erie, really, really cool to hear.
I've just been kind of moving around.
Why do you think Anchor Bay has been such a player so far?
Z-Man jerk shad, Smeltonator jig.
It's really hard to say, but listen, there's massive migrations of school. There's always seems there's a South Shore school, there's a St. Clair River school this time of year. Guys like Dobson that really concentrate shallow in the St. Clair River solely this time of year. But also at the same time,
I think I just had one kind of lift.
Anchor Bay is replenished every single week out of Metro. There's hundreds upon thousands of bass that basically probably just leave the canal and hook a left and hang. I was messaging with another friend that lives in Windsor, and he said, "Man, I don't. Anchor Bay always has never, especially when I fished here in the summertime, it's never felt comfortable. There's a lot more grass." But when you find those really, really small clear spots, I remember Chris Lane. And Chris didn't have any knowledge of Anchor Bay. He's just out there drifting with the wind. But here's what's really weird. I was talking with Chris Johnston about this, and I don't want this to sound the wrong way. When Bill Weidler won here, this is a way more even playing field, smallmouth body of water, than when we go to the St. Lawrence, where you need to know spots. This is, whenever we're at St. Clair and the lake is firing, it's almost like you need to be that one in the area that outfished the dude next to you. Does it make sense? And that's nothing against Bill Weidler, who won here, but Bill didn't have a vast knowledge of this place. But he was drifting around in Anchor Bay.
Forward-facing sonar had to make that even more even. Now, especially this time around, now that everybody in the field has it.
Yes. it was way more prevalent to me, forward-facing sonar, the last time we were here when Weidler won.
Yeah.
And I was out on the water, and I was watching guys with forward-facing sonar that may not have been the most well-known smallmouth fishermen fishing next to a Polinick or a Fighter, guys that did not currently at the time have it, and they were beating Fighter and Polinick's brains in. Like, they were crushing them, and that's where you got to see, wow, that is a distinct advantage, and that is here to stay on Lake St. Clair.
I mean, Weidler cast half the time. I mean, when I was watching him, when I was on the water covering him last time, half the time he had his rod over his shoulder and literally just scanned and cast.
I'll tell you, that was very eye-opening for myself. I was next to Clark Wendland on the water, and I did not have forward-facing sonar. He did. And it was funny. I was drifting with him, and he said, don't hit your trolling motor. There's one under your outboard. And I thought, what is this voodoo you speak of? And he casted to my outboard, and he caught a 4.5 pounder, and that's when the light bulb went off. Ooh, hang on. This thing is a weapon.
Clark Wendland hooked up right now. Rather nonchalant.
Almost looks like he's fed up. Guess one of the surprising things with Clark really covering, not just since he's been back on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but knowing Clark for 25 years, I'm surprised he's not put one of these big tournaments away on these smallmouth bodies of water, because he's always on camera with us come Championship Sunday.
Yeah, his track record on these fisheries are incredible. Whether St. Clair, Thousand Islands, that's the interesting thing about these final three events. Three great events, but it's definitely areas where some do very well and some struggle.
Get in here. Wasn't a pretty landing job.
He doesn't seem as fed up with that bass now.
No. Literally looked like a guy waiting for the bus.
Totally
the bus was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago.
I think so.
Clouds continue to break up here, and that sun is definitely starting to shine.
You're going to see Bass Track go crazy the next 90 minutes. And if you don't fish St. Clair, you don't know the power of that sun.
With that sun, we'll also bring out all the Donzies.
They're coming. They are coming. Be a little less activity here on Thursday, a little bit Friday. Friday afternoon, people tend to call or quits at work at about noon, so you'll see it pop off.
Well,
and Dave, you know this. We only have like 9 days of summer left here, so we're going to fit it all in.
Lakes. So, the thing about it is that, guys they're saying, oh, it's so unbelievable. Yeah, it's always been unbelievable. It just, used to be harder to locate them because we didn't have any electronics. The first time I came here was back, and I know Davey Height remembers this, but we came and we didn't have GPSs yet. Maybe a handheld that I didn't trust. And I remember distinctly going to a spot that I had triangulated like 5 miles offshore. I had just found it wandering around, whatever. And But what happened is it was kind of low clouds that morning. I couldn't see my buoy. I was out in the middle of nowhere and I had no idea where that spot was. And that's just the way it is. It's changed a lot, but still a really great place to fish.
He's been so, I mean, it's shocking. Clark Wendland is one of those anglers that you just assume he's won an elite at some, you know what I mean? He's won hasn't won a Bassmaster event.
You can put that one in at
Great career at FLW, obviously. 3 Angler of the Year titles there.
Just crazy versatile too, man.
Yeah.
He is. If you really look at his career, seeing Pipkins locked up right here.
Another dude.
Not a big one. I was hoping it was that big giant one. I don't know if it'll help.
I think you're looking
Starting
at
to get active a little bit.
Colchester over his left-hand
You
shoulder.
gotta get going. It's a little guy. Oh.
Wonder how many bass have
Caught
been
like a
caught
4.5,
through
4
that stretch.
3/4 here, but they're actually eating it now. Oh, easy, buddy, easy. I'm like eating it. Before I couldn't even get him to eat.
So that's the tough part about that run. Like he said, we got to start to get going soon, and it's just getting good. So you're going to
do that at home.
Potentially miss your best window running.
I really think he salvaged his day here in the last hour.
Yeah.
Here's why I say that. He is messing around in areas where you can do 23 to 26 pound bags multiple days.
Roll out.
And he's really not that far from where a 10-pound smallmouth was caught just last year. I mean, how about that? Let's have somebody roll in with a 10 and take Big Bass, Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the Year away from Jason Christie. He took it from Brandon Cobb.
I feel good. I was a little uneasy this
Many
morning. I
thought
just didn't
Cobb
know
had got it.
What was going to happen, and it did mess it up, you know, but I feel better about tomorrow. I mean, we're not going to be in the top 50 today, but I know I can catch up here, you know what I mean? There's 25-pound bags swimming around. If it gets right and I can put them in the boat, I could catch them. So I still got a couple things to hit on the way back. You know, we catch a 4-pounder once or twice, and we're right up where we need to be. So, but we're getting ready to go here. I just want to make sure my timing's right, you know. Long run, I don't want to mess anything up today. Kind of get a gauge. But they're starting to bite out here, I feel like. I might be right tomorrow. Might not be, but we're going to find out.
Pipkins coming off a big finish at our last event in Orange,
Get
Texas.
ready
He's a good
to
dude.
rock and roll.
He's a really
One
good
more
dude.
place we'll stop in the lake.
And I'll be honest, he was, especially the Sabine River tournament, calling that with Tommy and the gang, he was a godsend because I'm telling you, it's like he commentated his entire day every time he was on camera.
Nice to catch one. We'll make one more cast this way.
Chad Pipkins' day is coming. It may be this week. But a 2 box right now, joined by another angler whose time is coming, Clark Wendland.
Yeah, and really what hurts Pipkins is what you were talking about. He is leaving, especially you're seeing that sun on Wendland's shoulder. He is leaving with what will potentially be the best bite of this entire day one. I've enjoyed doing the Dave and Z-Train show today.
It's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it.
Taking baby steps here.
I'd say it was good, but
I think I was polite. That will not be the case by Sunday, but I think everything's worked out well. I've been humble.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed this.
It's been nice.
I'm ready to call her quits.
I have got to be honest. Up to this point, I started to think you were a hologram. I mean, it's been so long since I saw you. I was like, he's a hologram. He's not even real anymore.
Tournament's young.
He's up in somewhere fishing in this hologram.
No, it's been fun. It's been a good time. Ronnie and Such and Davey going to take her back over. I miss Tommy a little bit.
Yeah. Tommy will be back at our next event. And speaking of Such, awkward pocket dial he gave me in the break. I'll play it for you after, but it was a great message.
I'm sure of that, Dave.
Like I thought.
Wendland just looks very relaxed, does he not?
All right, I'm gonna just click this real quick.
Got a big afternoon coming up. You got big plans this afternoon, Z?
Yeah, actually do.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Would you let me know about them or?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, this is a solo mission, friendo.
Did not think you would tell us, but thought I'd try. This afternoon's weigh-in starts at 2:50 p.m. Eastern, and we're not at Metro Park where many people would expect us to be. A brand new location.
Brandenburg. Yes.
Beautiful location. I guess it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes away.
Yeti hot seat is dripping heat.
Oh, yeah. With the baby shark, Shane LeHue. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Not us. It'll be Ronnie, Davey, and Such back at the home office.
Bassmaster Live.
Been...
Yeah! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Great to be back here at Lake St. Clair, the first leg of our 3-event Northern Swing to wrap up the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series season. The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Macomb County, Michigan is our host, and we are just over halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way through day one of competition. And when we left you before our live mix and our friends Z and Mercer took over the show, we had 1, 2, maybe 3 20-pound bags. Now, if you don't have 20, you're not sniffing the top 10. Ronnie Moore here with Davey Height, Mike Sucon, and Davey. The weight is catching on quick for our field. You made the prediction of 15 guys weighing in 20 pounds. We may be higher than that. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Davey Height, Mike Sucon, like we said. And Davey, they are catching them on day one at St. Clair.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we expected to see that. We really did. But I'll be honest with you, it surprised me just when the sun started peeking out. And we saw this coming. Zona has talked about it all day. And I've known it. We've talked about it year in and year out, how the sun really triggers these fish on Lake St. Clair. But it's surprising to me. It looks like 20th place right now is 19 pounds, and all these guys sandbag just a little bit. So we'll definitely have 20 bags over 20 pounds today, which is absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. And go ahead, Such.
I was counting up to 4-pound fish and higher, about 90 of them so far.
One thing that this reminds me of is when we had the St. Lawrence River on the schedule in 2022, I looked at it and said, July, ain't no way we're going to break 100 pounds. There'll be post-spawn, skinny fish. It's hard to get a couple good days of weather. They had calm conditions, not in practice, but in the tournament. All those post-spawn, skinny fish, lower weights. We saw a lot of 20-pound bags. We saw some great weight. We saw 100 pounds. Same thing coming into this event. A lot of post-spawn fish, yet we have over 10 people with 20 pounds already. We'll see more great fishing. And Mark Zona says, with the sun, we should see a great hour and a half, 2 hours to end our day.
Yeah, totally believe we will. If you look at the map, you see the way guys are spread out. This is a big, big, big playing field here. And there are fish to be caught, whether you're Lake Erie, mouth of Lake Huron, St. Clair River, Detroit River. Kyle Welcher kind of on the lower end of St. Clair, not too far from the mouth of the river. Kind of in the dumping grounds area. Got a big one on here right now.
That's the reason we're out here deep. Because that is a full-grown one. But yeah, see that one with it? It's almost as big. Let me get you in this boat. That's a big one right there. I'm playing it. Well, you can tell I'm playing it a lot different than all them little ones.
Finesse, finesse.
Kyle Welcher's smallest fish, unofficially a 2.9. This fish looked like a 4-pounder. A big, big move up the points board, let's just say, for him, because that's definitely what he's paying attention to this week. Angler Year points.
Before Such started talking about 4-pounders, I was going to tee him up on that. Was when we went to break and stepped away from the show, Brandon Cobb had made up his 12-point deficit and had about a 40-point lead, but Welcher filling his limit. Now Welcher with this one. May be a ball game again going into day 2.
Stop moving.
Solid fish here.
You got to stay in contact with Cobb.
Yes,
Cobb's
dude,
20th right now.
Save the freaking day with that one. Look at that sucker. Full grown, baby. Now we can start the freaking party. Just took a long time. It's gotta be a 4-pounder. Yes.
Let me see that bad boy.
How about that for a trade?
That's a good trade up.
A good trade.
What happened away?
Yeah, that's a
like
Jump
big
inside,
upgrade.
jump inside our cut with that fish.
I mean, that's
They're 17 pounds.
That's a 20-spot upgrade at the end
Yes.
when it boils down to it, you know.
Absolutely. Every bit of it.
Well, that's a perfect way to segue into our Yamaha midday report. We got to see a little bit of some action during the break and seeing how these guys have progressed. To think at 9:30, 10 o'clock, maybe 10:30, that Kyle Welcher would have 2 or 3 fish, kind of worrisome. Now he's got a 5-fish limit. Now he's got a kicker, Davey Height. A great turnaround midday for Kyle Welcher.
Yeah, we had a good break between our last event and this northern swing, and it's kind of a good time to reset. And you really have to reset your whole mentality about what you're doing when you attack these smallmouth fisheries, Lake St. Clair, Lake Champlain, St. Lawrence River. It's not about trying to catch 5 fish, because almost anyone can go do that if you have a normal day without troubles. Catching the quality fish is what you have to do, and Kyle Welcher just did that in a big, big way. The Yamaha Midday Report is great to start off with Kyle Welcher, because really it looked like he was struggling. He had fallen way down the field, and definitely, you know, as the day moves on, we knew he had more time to fish, but had dropped down the leaderboard and had lost his lead in AOI. But that one fish right there makes all the difference in the world for Kyle Welcher.
Seems like every angler in our field has a set 2 eyes, Davey, and 1 eye is on the tournament, 1 eye is on their specific race. Kyle Welcher's keeping it on the AOI. Chris Zaldain is keeping it on his classic hopes, needing a great event here to kick off his 3-event series. Otherwise, he needs a win in at the end of the year. He knows 17 to 18 pounds is not going to cut it at St. Clair. He needs to be in that 20 range, and that is what he's gunning for.
Yeah, everyone has their battles when we get to the latter part of the elite season. Unusual for Chris Zaldain to be struggling to try to make the Bassmaster Classic, but that is what he's dealing with this particular year. Like Kyle Welcher, number of fish, a little slower start than maybe we thought, but a good solid day, but he's caught a lot of 2.5 to 2 3/4 pound fish. We've seen Chris Zaldain catch, I don't know, 5 or 6 fish that I think were within 1 or 2 ounces of small fish. He needs to do exactly what we just saw Kyle Welcher do. He needs to put a 4.5+ pound fish in his boat. It'll make a big, big difference for Chris Zaldain.
15 pounds means a lot on the Bassmaster Elite Series, normally day to day, but 15.5 pounds has you well below the cut line this week. Seth Fighter, a guy who had been looming around 15 pounds all morning, trying to slowly upgrade. He's been kind of fighting that battle, Davey, ounce by ounce. You know, he's been catching more fish than anyone else we've seen on camera, but at the end of the day, we said someone's going to catch 50 to 60 fish and had a good day, quote unquote. Look at the standings, and they had a bad day, actually.
Yes, it's really going to happen for some people. We'll hear those stories that weigh in, no doubt about it, and tomorrow morning some guys talking about it. It would be very unlikely to see it happen to Seth Fighter, because we're so accustomed to see him catch the bigger smallmouth. Today has been just the opposite for him. Exactly what you just mentioned, Ronnie. A lot of fish, numbers of fish. He has definitely been the guy that we watched this morning. really all day long catch numbers of fish. Hopefully the size of his fish will pick up a little bit here in the afternoon now that the sun's coming out. Would not surprise me at all to see Seth Fighter do something just like Kyle Wetcher just did, catch a couple 4-pounders.
You kind of have a choice. Pick your poison at St. Clair this week. You can go to Huron and fish in that big body of water that it has availability. Stay on St. Clair, or you can go south and east to Lake Erie. Our guy Chad Pipkins has had all of his marbles in the Erie basket. It's where he's won a Bassmaster Open in the past, and he said, Ronnie, I think the weather, I think the area, and I think the stage of these fish, it could be lining up like my Bassmaster Open win in 2014 here. We've seen him not be efficient, Davey Height, missing some big ones, but we've seen him also get a couple key fish like this one.
He has had a couple key fish here later in the day. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot more fishing time left, but don't count Chad Pipkins out. He's got a lot of places between Lake Erie and the check-in that he could stop by and catch a quality fish or two. The problem with going that far like Chad Pipkins did, there's pros and cons there, not having a lot of competition there, but also less fishing time. And when you lose a few key fish like he did this morning, it makes it tough on him.
Maybe a day removed from the bad practice weather, water can clear up and he can have a good day too if he decides to go back. A guy who is very comfortable here no matter where he fishes at Lake St. Clair, whether it's the 90s or the 2020s, Clark Wendland, multiple top 5s on this body of water and loves big water. For being a Texan, he's very comfortable with smallmouth and a spinning rod in his hand.
He is, but you can tell, we heard Mercer and Zona talking about just a few minutes ago, Clark just kind of looked like, ho-hum, I got another 3-pounder on. But one thing, I just got a text from Z saying the skies have certainly brightened up there just in the last few minutes. Expect to see Clark Wendland along with some other anglers, but definitely a Clark Wendland right now and officially in 33rd place to make a move up here in this last hour. So, you know, as a tournament angler, you always think, man, I got an early draw. That means good things for me. But watch guys in later flights today. I think they'll have really good stringers because of that sun coming out at this point in the day.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that, Davey, for those guys who are maybe 4 o'clock or 4:30 check-ins. They better maximize the extra fishing time with less pressure on some spots. Maybe they can move up 20 or 30 spots in the final hour of the day. Jeff Gustafson, been on point, mentioned, hey, these fish are glued to the bottom. Maybe it's a clouds thing. Mark Zona has confirmed that for us. But still, even with those fish not being super active in the water column, has managed with his Mega Live to be able to catch a lot of these fish as well.
Yeah, it's really incredible. We talk about the sun and the way the light affects these fish on Lake St. Clair. Really all smallmouth fisheries for the most part, but Lake St. Clair in particular, way back in 2001 when I won a Bassmaster tournament here on Lake St. Clair, when that sun came out in the afternoon, I could change and start fishing baits up in the water column, soft plastic jerk baits, spinner baits, that sort of thing, up high in the water column, even jerk baits. The quality of fish got a lot better. You just had to be patient, go to your best areas when that sun pops out, and you will have a better day than it can be lunchtime and you only have a small limit of fish and everything can change in about 30 to 45 minutes of sunshine on Lake St. Clair.
We've had more water available to these pros. You've got, hey, I told Lisa Talmadge, tournament director of the Bassmaster Elite Series, I said, so let me get this straight. If someone wanted to fish Erie in Ohio, they got to get 4 fishing licenses. You get the 2 that are required for Canada, you get Michigan, and you get Ohio because they're not reciprocal. Some guys who are maybe making some moves across all of our available water maybe have to put in a little bit extra coin to make sure they're legal, you know.
Take it easy on Lisa. She catches a lot of heat from all the questions.
I just wanted to make sure I'm confirming, you know.
That's right. She catches a lot of heat from all the different questions coming from all the anglers. And she needs a Ronnie Moore to say, hey, we need 4 or 5 fishing licenses
just making,
if you want to fish every corner of the playing field.
One interesting note, other tournaments, maybe local regulations, you're allowed to fish in that Walpole region, but because that is like a wildlife refuge place where I don't believe you can put them like in a live well setting or fish them for tournaments, that is the one actual like off limits in the playing field. Not a boundary like north or south, but just on St. Clair, that northeast corner, it's kind of a do not go within a certain boundary and you can fish otherwise.
You saw the stipulations for Canada too. They can't get off and get gas there, or food or ice or anything, and they can't even anchor down in Canadian waters.
Can't touch ground, and that includes your poles, your anchoring system, your talons, whatever it might be.
Better not get your crankbait hung up on the bottom either, by God. I'm just kidding.
Well, your crankbait can, but not you. So it's interesting you mentioned the Indian reservation back not all that many years ago, you could actually fish in there, but you had to go over on that reservation to buy your license there. So that was just another trip and another 20, 30 bucks to buy another license. Boy, you can tell the aqua blue, teal, beautiful clear water of Lake St. Clair shows out when the sun comes up. Clark kind of looks like this fish is a little better than some of the others just by his mannerisms.
Sounds like that Sunday boat race has already kind of started.
Oh, I mean, you got to have practice trials.
Not a bass.
Not a bass, he says.
Not a bass.
No, it's a bass.
Oh boy. Must be a real big one if he thought it was a muskie. I like smallmouth that you think were muskies at some point during the fight. Clark has caught a lot of them.
By far the biggest feeling fish I've had since I've been here. Come on.
I'm saying if it's not foul hooked, it's a giant for him to say that. Can be so stressful because you hook 50 bass a day, but you know this is the one that you cannot lose. It'll make a big, big impact on your tournament, whether you land this fish or not.
This is the one, instead of putting them on a coal beam to see the ounces you'll get, you actually can just, I don't even have to look at it. It's going to be a half to maybe a pound upgrade.
Yep.
Huh? Yeah, it's a bass. It may be foul hook, but
that's
I mean,
one
I
thing
didn't foul hook it. It just got foul hook. If it's foul hook, then that's why it's fighting like this. I can't get him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's foul hook to me.
That's what I meant. Still a big one.
Come on.
Gotta be patient. Got him.
That's a good one there.
Foul hook or no foul hook, that's a real nice one. Definitely will help.
Got a small of a 3 1/4.
Smallest 3 1/4. That's going to help him a pound, I'm going to guess. It's like 4 1/4.
From the 30s and the low 20s.
Sometimes you want a big one to be a little foul hook. They can't
so steady.
They can't
for so long
shake their head maybe as good, or it's not in a bad spot in their mouth. Maybe it's helpful at times to have one of the big ones wrapped up a little different. But Clark Wendland, either way, all's well that ends well. That one's going in the box. Sorry, little fella, you got to go back. I'm trying to hit 20 pounds today, because to get in the top 10, you have to have over 20 pounds. To think that our former Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb, is somewhere right below that mark at 20 pounds and an ounce, not in the top 10, means they're catching them today. That is a wide variety of top 6, top 10 that we have there for possible cameras tomorrow. A lot of storylines as well. We'll bring you some more We got more coverage returning after the break.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by
Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota,
and by Dakota Lithium.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake St. Clair and the adjacent bodies of water, Macomb County, Michigan. If you are in the area and you want to go check it out, go to Brandenburg Park, Macomb County, New Baltimore, Michigan is where the park is. It's a relatively new facility according to the folks on site. Looks great to host 100+ boats for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We go out to a 4-box with Chris Zaldane, Jeff Gustafson, Clark Wendland, and Seth Fighter.
Yeah, you look at unofficially where these anglers are in the field, 64th, 23rd, 63rd, 35th, and we have seen them catch a ton of smallmouth bass. Just shows you how good this lake is fishing.
You saying something? Okay. I guess I am. I thought somebody
Really
said Clark.
small.
You know, but it sounded like kind of a long way away. I don't know. It was just weird.
That was me, Clark.
Huh? Yeah.
Yep. The fish is dark, man. Ugh.
Smallmouth bass will make you run from one end of the boat to the other, no doubt.
Say what?
Our Wayne is in conjunction with the Bass, Brews, and Barbecue Festival there in Macomb County. They got bands Friday night and Saturday night. Saturday night, the band from 8 to 12 is the Gobies. How about that?
Really?
The Gobies?
That's
Come
what
on
they
now.
call themselves. Food trucks, tournament,
So-
cornhole tournament.
so that-
I
That's
wouldn't
why
have seen
you
him last
can't-
year when it was smallmouth and the gobies. I guess smallmouth is no longer part of the band.
They got kicked out. They missed a beat.
So that's why you're not coming over to the house on Friday
Exactly
for
right.
dinner, is you're going to be flying up to Macomb County for the Bass and Brews and Barbecue Festival.
I do some bass and some barbecue for sure, and some blues. You know it.
I'm going to think out loud a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Ronnie and Such.
It's dangerous.
Seth Fighter, because I was just looking currently unofficially in 63rd place, is not where we're accustomed to seeing Seth Fighter on a smallmouth fishery. We talked about earlier how he is always, seems to be always in the mix. Watching him fish today, he is eyes locked on forward-facing sonar more than I've ever seen him. If you're successful as Seth Fighter has been, oftentimes, most of the time, I would say, without forward-facing sonar.
Maybe the sun's going to help that little program
Do you
out.
change your? Do you fix what is not broken?
Or follow
And
the
start
the
using-
crowd.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a valid question.
I mean, I'd love to have an area by myself doing my own thing, knowing that you can always go get in a crowd or go do what others are doing, you know?
I don't mean, when I say follow the crowd, I think it suits too. Forward-facing sonar users. Not that he's fishing close to anyone, because we've seen him have so much success without using it any or very little.
Yeah.
And we've never seen him, I don't remember him being, in a lot of fishing day, the sun has come out, he might be in the top 10 before the end of the day, but.
He's got a weird track record here at St. Clair, and he mentioned it on the phone last night that like he was going to do this deal because it is the trend. It is the way to survive, the way to be efficient, and when you're trying to save time and not waste time. And so
that's what you think, but the success he's had.
100%. But here he said because there's no place like St. Clair, it's not like you can go drift rock lines like the St. Lawrence or like he does at home. He said that he's a lot more inconsistent here. So if this is the way to be a little more consistent for him, then he may lean to that. That's what he was saying. And so he wonders. He tried to do a couple of the other things like up in the rivers and just fishing structures and normal things. And he said he just couldn't find the size necessary that he could with that. So that is a good point though.
And I'm just thinking out loud. I really am. I don't know the answer to this because this is somewhat new. But to see the success, and we say a featureless lake, Seth caught 77 pounds in 3 days on a feature.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like caught, and I know it's a different time of the year, but
for sure.
Who's to say that you can't find that? I mean, he was at the Firecracker to start that tournament, and that's certainly a feature there too. But it's a structure. I'm saying feature just to make a play on words, but. Be something to think about and talk about as the tournament progresses.
Right? You know what that music is.
I'm like Clark. I thought I heard it, but it sounded like it was far, far away. But this is not far away. It's Power Pole replay of the day.
Snuck up on us. Yeah, the Power Pole replay of the day. Jeff Gustafson. Like you said, he's been dialed in. He's been teaching us a lot about how these fish are located on the bottom. Been able to catch them. I guess he's the only angler really in our field that actually got a little bit of a smallmouth warm-up before this event with the Bassmaster Classic. Nobody else really caught smallmouth all year except for Jeff Gustafson and obviously where he lives in Canada. But Gussie will be one that we can kind of keep an eye on, see if he makes a big charge for sure, Davey.
Yeah, use this forward-facing Humminbird Mega Live forward-facing sonar in the Bassmaster Classic, and he's using it again here today. That good quality fish there, got him the Power Pole replay of the day, but he needs a couple more like that, man. To be in that top 10, you've got to have multiple 4+ pounders.
I would argue Corey Johnston at St. Lawrence caught some smallmouth. He almost won over there, but he, right now, 72nd place. He's got about 15 pounds. Yeah. Just caught a 3-pounder to get there, too.
That's shocking.
Surprising.
Yes.
But Fighter coming into it, I did this article with him, and he was apprehensive coming in here. He says, look who's won here. Jason Christie, he said if he it's not a real smallmouth, it's the Florida of smallmouth, that he could finish 10th in the top 10 or the bottom 10 just as easily coming in here. It's one of those wacky ones. If you just happen to find that school with the bigger fish, you could contend for the title. And if you don't, you could be in the middle of the field.
I talk about this all the time because I think it's a big, big deal as a tournament angler, because we grew up catching fish. Everybody likes to catch fish, numbers of fish. But a Bassmaster tournament angler, we look for the 5 largest fish. And on a place like Lake St. Clair, it's so hard to do because you get caught up in numbers. And it's not like numbers of dinks. You get caught up in numbers of 3-pound smallmouth that are great fighters, they're great fish to catch, they're fun, but they do you no good in this event.
Hey, I'll say this. We went up for a bachelor trip with a Elite Series pro before he got married. We went to St. Clair. It wasn't on the schedule that for the Elite, so we avoided the other smallmouth places. We went to St. Clair. We had 3 or 4 guys in one boat, 3 or 4 in another boat, 3 or 4 in another boat. And we went out, and we might not have had as much fun catching 7 to 8 bass in the day, but our 5 weighed bigger than the guys who caught 30 to 40.
Right.
And so it's one of those, you pick your poison. You want the shots on goal. Hey, if I set the hook 40 times, I'm bound to catch 5 good ones. But then there's a guy who's, I'm not around a bunch, but those loners are the big ones I'm looking for. It's okay if I only catch 5. If they're the right 5, you did your job.
Yep.
How about a big move? Caleb Sumrall. He just tied for 6th place with 4.5 pounders over 20 pounds. He was deep in the AOY standings. 88th before Sabine, 75th after it. Right now he's sitting at 56 if he keeps in the eighth spot. He could get inside the Classic. Guys can make big runs late.
That's what we were saying, and 75th is right around that mark Chris Zaldain was, right? I believe he's in AOY around that mark, maybe a little bit lower, but there are some weird...
78th, yeah.
78th. What's the difference between 75th and 78th?
Points-wise numbers, about 5.
Okay, so they're both in the same boat.
250, yeah.
You leave St. Clair in the top 58 of points, and you're 18 spots out with 2 events left, doable. Very doable.
Guys are looking at this event to kind of moving day to get inside where they can.
Not saying Champlain doesn't matter, but if you don't catch them this week, it doesn't matter what you do at Champlain because you have to win at the St. Lawrence. If you catch them this week, then Champlain matters.
Mercer mentioned it when we were listening to him and Z. Had a little different attitude this morning. A lot of guys during the break did exactly what you do all the time, Ronnie, and you see what you run those numbers, and a lot of guys realize, hey, it's time to button your hat down and get serious because a lot of things are going to happen here in these next 3 events.
I did a story with Welcher, and I wonder what it was like for him to sit on the AOI lead for 6 weeks, probably wanting to get going.
Waiting.
Yeah.
So last year we had 18 bags over 20 pounds on day 1. Clark Wendland was 18th with 20 pounds even. The top weight was 24.12. Could we see more 20-pound bags than that year, but just a lower top-end weight? Like we won't see as big of a leading weight, but we'll have a lot more.
24.12 was the...
I think that's exactly what we're set up to do this week.
And this was just 2020. There's other years that we could reference as well, but
I think that's exactly what we're going to see happen.
Of course, it was a month later about. So
all of them have been, yep.
Fish were a little bigger, feeding up more.
It jumped out at me yesterday. You know, I start a day or 2 ahead of the event, calling anglers and seeing how their practice went. Don't want to bug them the first day, but day 2 and day 3 practice, I start talking to them, and it was amazing how, what's it going to take to win this event? You know, and it was anywhere from 82 to 90 pounds. What's it going to take to make a check? And it was, 40. I was like, what? 19, 20 pounds a day to make the cut, which I don't think it's going to take quite that, but that just tells you
at times,
a lot of good.
38 maybe, 19 each day.
38, 37.
I dare it to. I dare it to do 38, yeah. That would be a fantastic cut weight, something we hadn't seen. Normally 35.
I think we'll definitely beat 35.
35, 36 is like a top tier weight, whether you're at Lake Fork, St. Lawrence River, wherever it is. Shane LaHue on top, 22 even. We should see that go up a little higher probably. Ed Lochran right behind him. We got a bunch of top 5s, all 21 and up. We will see who can maybe jump into the top 5 when we come back.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome into day 1 coverage here of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. What a phenomenal day 1 of fishing it has been. We've seen quantity, we have seen quality, and the rest of the anglers not on camera have put on a show as well on the Bass Track leaderboard. If you're not sniffing 20 pounds, you're not sniffing the top 15 right now, it seems, and I know that number's only going to grow as we get later on in the day, the later flights, more sun. As we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, I posed the question to you guys. We've talked about this. We did the over-under for 100 pounds. We all agreed not 100. It's really special circumstances to do 100, but some reference on the winning weights here at Lake St. Clair over the years. We've been here, this will be the 6th time we've been here with the Elite Series field. 5th time for a full field Elite Series event of 100 plus anglers. 2013, 15, 17, 19, and 2020. I put the asterisk on 2019. That was the 3-day AOI championship event that Seth Fighter won with 77.15 for just 3 days. All the other events, guys, have been 82, 84, 86, and 88 pounds. After seeing how many 20-pound bags we already have on Bass Track unofficially, do we get to the highest winning weight that we have ever seen at Lake St. Clair, 2017 when Jason Christie won? Or are we going to be somewhere in the middle of all of these, even weights, 82, 84, 86, 88? So what do we pose to you guys? Because I think that if we have that many guys at 20, there's going to be some consistency, there's going to be some big bags, and there could be possibilities for, maybe someone to actually do 20 every day. So, Davey, 88.8, is it going to beat that?
I'm going to say yes.
Ooh, I like it.
I know.
You do? Wow.
I think it's going to be so close, it'll be incredible. I think it's going to be 87 to 89 pounds.
Wow.
Somewhere. I think it's going. I mean, there's just too many guys that are catching over 20 pounds, like I say, and it's, 88 is 22 a day. So.
And in 2017, we had 7 anglers break 80 pounds. So we had 7 anglers break the average of 20 a day. I would assume that if we get over 88, 89 pounds, we could see the whole top 10 break 20 pounds a day.
I think it's going to be real close. I really do. I think we're going to be within about a pound, one way or the other, of that 88.8.
In 2020, there were only 2 guys who topped 20 pounds all 4 days. So our winner, Bill Weidler, and Clark Wendland. So tall task to ask.
It
I'm
is.
still
and there's
guessing
guys-
80. About last time's weight, about 86 pounds for me, 84 to 86.
I remember in 2020, I think Jake Whitaker got 5th. And on day 1, he had 18.5 pounds from his area. And he said this on the phone because he was on live, or he was in the top 10 on that final day. He had said those previous nights that he left after catching 18, not like thinking that wasn't, going to be good enough, went out in the lake, did more of that stuff, never got another bite. And he said, I should have stayed where I was in the river because every afternoon I culled up over 20 pounds. He loses by 2 pounds. And so there's going to be guys today who think they have 18 to 19 pounds and they're in a good shape. And they're going to be much lower than they thought they'd be.
I forgot, Chris Johnson and Shane LaHue top 20 every day. They were at 84 pounds and change. Just solid weight.
I don't need you picking fights with Brandon Cobb and
No,
Shane LaHue.
big
They're
fish.
roommates. I need you to be kind to them, Such.
I guess with his history, you could have picked LaHue in fantasy here.
Yep. He's also been fantastic at the St. Lawrence River, whether it's been deeper on those drifts or in the lake on those shoals and in the shallower places.
And what'd you say? We had definite 13 on Bass Track over 20 pounds. How many of the guys who don't have Bass Track today could be up there?
Yeah, it's going to be some of them, no doubt about it. So you look at those numbers, and to your point, Ronnie, there's going to be some people that come in with 18 pounds or close to it. Let's say 17 3/4. That you might just, oh gosh, I got to go do that again tomorrow to have a chance to make the cut. Just barely get in.
Jason Christie is now 50th with 16 pounds, 14 ounces.
Last time I looked at the 50 cut Such, he was 50th as well with 13 pounds. So he's upgraded his day, but still staying in the same spot.
It's actually tied with Welcher. Welcher's got the exact same
It's going to take
weight.
a while to play them all back. So the day started off extremely poorly. In the first 3 hours, maybe in like 3.5 hours, I only had 2 that I'd put in the live well and started kind of making adjustments and checking some different areas. I finally caught some, enough to settle down, and then caught a couple really nice ones. And then now we're out really deep for this lake, out way, way, way off the bank, away from where almost everybody's fishing. And it seems like when you get a bite out here, these fish are kind of like pelagic and like nomadic, and they're just kind of wolf packs of real big ones, but they're few and far between. But if you could get a few of these bites a day, that's how you get in contention to win this tournament. So now that we've got, a bag that it's going to be decent. It's not going to be great, but we got a little bit of a leeway to try and catch one of those great big ones, we got 2 hours left, so it's definitely still possible. But today started off very, very poorly, and the last 4 hours have been pretty decent.
Excuse me.
Just saw a big fish from Derek Hudnall, 5 pounds, 7 ounce. Get him up to 18 pounds even. He's in 32nd place.
I certainly hope it works out for Kyle Welcher, but what he just described on how his day has gone, and what he's doing now, going out there in the wild blue yonder looking for that, very similar to what you said Jake Whitaker did.
Yep. Knowing you need a 1 5-pounder or something.
And he is in a lot better shape than he was an hour ago, caught that fish, but you think you're doing better than you are. I would be willing to bet he thinks, hey, I got almost 17 pounds. I'm 20 something, maybe 30th place. I'm gonna go out here and gamble for these last 2 hours, and and if it works, great, he's a hero. But if it doesn't, is he gonna look back and say, gosh, I should have just kept staying in there upgrading? And hindsight's 20/20. But
he caught
a
that,
lake like this is just so different.
He caught that 4.8, but he's still got a 2.12 and a 2.14 in there, a couple 3.5, 3.25.
Yeah,
so
2 3.5
pounders.
pounders.
2 pounders.
Yeah, got to get rid of those, and he might with big giants out there. But
well, in most St. Clair events we see, by the time they fill their initial 5-fish limit, they have 1 or 2 that they don't mind keeping all day. A lot of these guys have caught 5. And they want to get rid of all of them. Yeah. So you realize, man, I had a lot more 2 3/4 than I thought I had that I keep having to cull. You look at the left side of your live well, and there's still 3 fish swimming there, and there's only 2 big ones on the other side. You're like, I'm running out of time to make 3 culls.
The thing about this lake,
yeah, we caught a lot of fish. It's been fun.
Let's listen to Gussie.
I wish I had a little more weight, but just hard to get those over 4-pounders. But right now, I've been around, like, for the most part, when I've been seeing them up until the last half hour or so, they've been fairly easy to catch, and now they're a little more skittish. So I do have some other places I kind of want to run over. So I just want to go a little farther here. I got a couple waypoints in the next couple 100 yards where I've had some bites, and then we'll probably bust a little move. But yeah, just been floating around out here in 16, 18 feet, catching some on a jerk shad and a drop shot. The Mega Live is my best friend. You can see a lot of the fish on it, but yeah, just because you can see them doesn't mean you catch them all, that's for sure. Yeah, I got some grass on there. Oh, there was one. There's my bait going down. Here he comes. Oh, it's a big mark. Come on, get it, buddy, get it. Oh, he's right on me. So yeah, when they deny that, I've just been trying to go back to him with the drop shot, but.
Got word from the truck that St. Clair is a special place, pinned by our own Davey Hyde, I heard.
I could pitch in there and catch a lot of them, and now it's like once they know something's up,
enjoyed
kind of hard.
Talking about some old times back in the 90s to where Lake St. Clair has.
Boat. He's swimming towards it. Come on.
But in that article, I talked about how the lake has changed so much, but also has stayed the same in the fact that it's a very, very good fishery. And when I was point I was trying to get to a few minutes ago, sometimes when you get caught up in catching those 3-pounders, you think, well, I've got to go do something different. I got to leave. I got to go, deeper or shallower. Usually deeper. People think the big ones have to be deeper. But with the sun coming out, maybe you stay right where you are. You make those upgrades from those 2 3/4 to 3 1/2, and it changes your day rather than trying to change your whole game plan.
just kind of got to keep moving around until you find a biter.
If we're being honest, a lot of these guys are sharp as they come when it comes to staying focused on the fish, but when you're catching some fish and it's not the ones you want, but you're around bites, you're much more not on edge in a negative way, but you're ready to set the hook. You're making sure your bait's right. But when you go for an hour or two without a bite and you're just bobbing
Seems like
around,
once you get denied, you just got to
kind of just start getting slack on
pretend you didn't see
recognizing
them,
bites and
keep
other
it
things, you
rolling,
know?
'cause
At least keeps you on point.
They don't seem to bite again, or bite after they know something's up.
Boy, the conditions have really gotten just perfect out there now. The wind's laid a little, the sun's out.
Brandon Lester is making an AOI move. He was 54th coming in. He's in 15th place right now and standing inside our classic cut at 37th.
And I think Brandon Lester was like 80th in points after Lay Lake,
really?
having a top 15 or top 20 at the Sabine, rolling it into the last four. He is indeed one that can make that charge.
Zona was talking about the gizzard shad. St. Clair has the Michigan record for gizzard shad. Pretty big, 4 pounds, 4.12 pounds for a gizzard shad.
That is a monster gizzard shad. 4-pounder.
Try the drop shot on this guy.
Well, we know that the time is winding down for some of these anglers before they start checking in. They have 1 hour of fishing until the first flight checks in. They will check in and immediately head to the weigh-in stage at Brandenburg Park. So we will be dropping you off right at the doorstep of weigh-in from Bassmaster Live. But until then, they have 1 more hour, at least the first flight, to do some work. We'll see if anyone can jump over Shane LeHue for the top spot. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Winding down the last hour of coverage here for Bassmaster Live, the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. You see Pipkins inching his way down the Canadian side, hugging that shoreline as he runs back to takeoff. He will be a part of our first flight, maybe the first few guys to weigh in. He's going to have, all I know, Davey, is he might not have the target weight he wanted. He's going to have some phenomenal boat hair for the weigh-in. We know Pipkins is a guy with phenomenal boat hair, but really after an hour and 10-minute boat ride, he's going to be phenomenal.
He doesn't even need the ride to get his hair like it
I
is.
can honestly say that was not on my mind right now, to be honest with you, Ron.
On his mind is getting rid of a 2 2.25 pounder.
I was just
Chad
looking,
Pipkins.
you know, we have the flaps per minute for the wind. I was just looking at his headshot as it made its way down the coast and how it, you know,
Don't
go to this earlier today catch just a little while ago with Chris Aldane.
That's a long one, dude. Nice one, long,
Earlier
skinny.
today. Good look at that fish there. That fish is definitely postponed, would weigh quite a bit more. A month from now,
Nice one,
a month earlier, or a month later. Beautiful fish still for Chris Aldane. I think it'll definitely help him. Or it did definitely help him.
There are going to be some guys who have a target weight in mind, and they would have eclipsed that today. They may get to that target weight, and they'll be disappointed where it puts them in the tournament because they are catching them out there today. Just goes to show you, and you know this, since you've been on the Elite Series and Classics and even the new regime now, skill is there. You cannot let up on a single day of competition.
You really cannot. It doesn't matter if it's Sabine, where we were last event, or Lake St. Clair. It does not matter.
Jumper. It's like a nice one, but not quite a helper. Come here, you.
think this fish is going to help Gussie at all.
Okay, I'll try that again.
Seen him catch about 25 today already.
More of them up there.
Luke Palmer with a nice move, a couple 4-pounders, get him over 21 pounds, tied Brandon Card for third. He started the event 49th AOI, right now he's 25th. He was scared he would win in the season and not make the Classic.
Yeah,
he did not want to do that.
Huge moves, and you want to make sure you're there for Grand Lake in your home state to fish a Bassmaster Classic. Why don't you just keep the momentum going?
Exactly.
Win an elite, go win the Classic. That would be what his goals are. And Jason Christie's been fishing the Opens to make sure he's got a couple shots just in case. He says, I hope I don't have to fish the last Central Open because that's well after the elite season. I hope I've already got the Classic qualification shirt up. From Jeff Gustafson, one of the best Canadian anglers in the world, to another one of the best Canadian anglers in the world, Dave Mercer on site. I see that long takeoff dock. It's a different site than normal here in Macomb County, but it's the Brandenburg Park takeoff. How is it down at the venue? It's a new place, but I know it's great and can host over 100 elite boats easily. So it sounds like it's a great place for a weigh-in.
Yeah, Brandenburg Park. I've never been here before, and me and Zona were talking about walking about it. This is an incredible facility, not too far from Metro Park, where a lot of people have gone to tournaments in the past, kind of in the top end of Anchor Bay, which is going to be a little fun, guys. I mean, I always like it when there's that little caveat of fun thrown into a tournament. I mean, if you run to Erie, you have the Miracle Mile to get through in the river, but this is going to be the Miracle Mile come this weekend, because what looks like a sheltered Anchor Bay, it's a little quiet bay. It is party town when the weekend rolls around. So tomorrow afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, it's going to be interesting to see some of our anglers make it through this party. But a lot of people showing up here already. Make sure if you're in the area, you make your way down here. Third last stop of the year, and it's always good to be here in Michigan.
So, Dave, tell us a little bit. When you said party town, people that haven't been to Lake St. Clair, haven't been to some places like this, they're not just like 15, 16, 17-foot boats running around out there. Describe a little bit about what party town really is on Lake St. Clair on the weekend.
Well, if you ever listen to the lyrics in a Kid Rock song, he kind of talks about it a lot. I mean, cruising Lake St. Clair in his 40-foot Donzi. There's a whole bunch of 40-foot boats and you name it, wake-making machines. And, this time of year, this is prime time. Down south it is really hot. Nobody's going outside. Well, this is the best time of the year here on Lake St. Clair. They actually have something, I swear to you, it's called Jobby Nooner. I can't show pictures of this. If you want to Google it, Google it. It's a huge party that happens once a year on this body of water. I swear to you, back when I was tournament fishing, I did not even know what it was. And I came around a corner and rolled into Jobby Nooner. Now, Jobby Nooner is basically like you took Lake Havasu and planted it in Detroit. I mean, it is debauchery, party central, hundreds and hundreds of people partying. Once I ran across it, I didn't even want to tournament fish anymore. I was ready to sell it all and buy a Donzi.
I agree. I have witnessed it in person. We were there on accident, Muscatmoot Bay. They tie all the boats up together, and it's the world's longest, connected boat of hundreds of boats all tied. They all swim in between them. But Dave Mercer, I'd rather be out at St. Clair fishing this week. We thought maybe post-spawn, skinnier smallmouth, we wouldn't maybe see as big of weights. We have 15 to 16 20-pound bags and another 14 anglers that are at 19 and change. Are we going to see over 20 anglers bring in 20-plus pounds today at day one? What's your mark that you think the fans at Brandenburg are going to see?
I'm saying 20. I'm saying at least 20 20s. This fishery is amazing. It is 100% bait driven. I mean, you literally can be catching identical fish, but if you're catching the ones that are mayfly eaters, they weigh a lot less than the angler that's catching the perch eaters or the shad eaters. So, and that's the most amazing thing so far. All the pressure we've seen here in Anchor Bay, I mean, traditionally you'll see a few boats here, but you just won't see the gathering of boats. But you start talking to the locals and they're like, the bigger fish, the heavier fish this year have been here. So this Lake St. Clair, is always a different puzzle every single time. And I don't believe a word you're saying, Ronnie. You would rather be at that party any day.
Hey, all I say is I don't want to be swimming in water with hundreds and hundreds of people swimming in that same water. We'll just say that. But Dave Mercer, appreciate you. I know you're going to turn up that party of 102 pros coming in to weigh in some great smallmouth bass in just a few minutes. Get ready for that. I know the anglers are making key last casts. We will see who can be the day one leader of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite. Will it take 22? Will it take 24? We will wait and find out. Ed Lochran chasing behind Shane LaHue at the top spot. Brandon Card, Luke Palmer, Cooper Gallant, Brian Schmidt. I know we'll keep an eye on him for the next event as well. He is cracking into that top 10 range of AOY. Cole Sands, Bassmaster Elite Series rookie. Jacob Fouts, Alex Redwine, 2 second-year pros, and Caleb Summerall needing a good couple events, getting one this week at Lake St. Clair. We'll be right back.
Yes! No way!
Live coverage of the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Is that
Zona?
No, I'm not gonna throw them under the bus like that.
That was KZ.
They'd be much more alert and attentive if they were out there trying to get a bite. But Lake St. Clair, not a bad place to be if you want to get a bite this week. Smallmouth bass, mecca of the world. You can pick your poison there. And so we're bringing it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge real quick. I wanted to drop a last-second transparency note like I always do, and I also got to throw Such under the bus in just a little bit about this. But for Mercury Drain the Lake, here's my 8-man lineup. Like I said, at the beginning of the year, me and Tommy Sanders and Mike Sukon all listed out our teams before they ever made a cast this season, and we're going to see how it lays. And these are the guys. I could have used a couple of these guys at the St. Lawrence, at Lake Champlain, but Fighter, Taku, Polinick, I wanted to mix in a couple of those guys here. I've got Pipkins, one of the only Michigan guy in the field. Also Paul Mueller. Josh Douglas is great on smallmouth. He had a great morning. Justin Atkins, also great on smallmouth. I know a lot of people are saving him at the St. Lawrence, but I just have a feeling with a lot more pressure on the lake, some of those guys who got out on the lake a couple years past may not have it all to themselves. Who knows about that? And then Alex Redwine, his best event of the season so far, and I have luckily chosen him for my Drain the Lake. To reference what Dave Mercer said about the Jobby Nooner and the Muscatmoot Bay with the big raft off, just for perspective, here is an aerial visual of a past event where they do the raft off. They tie up all the boats together. Everybody swims in between them. It can go for miles and miles, and yeah, that is not a place that I'm going to be on a Saturday for sure. But, Such, I'm throwing you under the bus because you came into this event in the top 10, I believe, in Drain the Lake. Where are you sitting right now? How's your team?
I've dropped 1 spot so far.
Okay. How many points, though?
Koyo Fujita to show up on Bass Track. It's low right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to. He's going to help you.
We just need you to be within 200 points going into the final event and get that winner bonus at the St. Lawrence, and you can win, Drain the Lake, and get absolutely 0 prize. Maybe Davey will, or actually that's a Zona. Zona will take you fishing, Suit.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Maybe.
Got to keep going though.
Gussie catch a lot of fish today. This looks like maybe one that'll help him.
I think that's a helper. Yep, nice. It's a fat one. Whew. We needed that. That was a lull for a while. Keep chipping away here and hopefully we'll end up with a half okay bag. All right, 3 3/4. Number 4. All right, little upgrade.
Definitely an upgrade.
Little meteor.
Half a pound at least.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. Man, do they fight.
He's one of those who started outside our classic cut, 45th. He's inside it right now. And Ronnie, that's the opposite of throwing me under the bus, man. Let me drive it.
Well,
Tell me I'm doing well.
I was hoping for a slip, so I was hoping to expose your slip, but
no,
not yet. Potential. I have potential though.
Medium.
Kiyoya's gonna brighten your day when your
you
his weight
can't
comes
see
in.
me on the standing suit because I'm so far down, but I can see you because there's a glow aura of your team up there.
Fortunate, I've only missed Brevette and Benton as winners on Drain the Lake.
Wow. Try that
all the other
again.
winners. That's what's. And I've had guys who are 90th on the 8-man teams, but
you
having the
still get
winners.
that
Catching them again here now, a little better. Got another one below
Very
us.
fortunate season.
Still a lot of Drain the Lake to go, Seuss. Don't count those chickens quite yet.
It's down to winter pool, but it's not down to drought level yet.
I'm counting nothing, but I'm looking. What do we got now, Ronnie? 16 bags over 20 pounds on Bass Track.
We see 16, and then I'm looking down at
more,
some of the no
19 pound
activities and a couple of these threes
Close.
and ones. I don't know if I'm buying. For 1 second, Jacob Prodnick's got one fish.
Right here, I caught a 4-pounder on too.
I'll say
Oh,
this.
It's still here.
Man, we were talking about could it break 15? Could we hit 30? If there's already 16 and there's probably 10 more that are at least 19 and change,
We
you're
are
gonna have a
back at
couple
Lake
more,
St. Clair. We're
17,
looking for
18, that might be
one
20.
big bite.
I
We
think
got a
it's
few
gonna
little
be mid-20s. I don't know about
things
that.
that every once
We're
in a while
saying
they get
between
on.
20 and 30. I think we're right there.
Little rock
But the
piles.
leading weight, when Cooper Gallant had 17 plus on Bass Track, Bowman was out there writing saying he had 20. So if he's caught some since then, he may be near 23. I don't know. Just guesstimating.
We had our chance at 22, 23 pounds as well. So if I can get one more to salvage the day, I like my chances tomorrow. So I feel like we're going to get a bite in one of these 3 or 4 places. I got about 15, 20 minutes left to fish and a couple places to hit, and we're just looking for him. Man, this forward sonar here is ridiculous on St. Clair. There's nowhere for him to hide. It's pretty crazy. So again, one of the reasons why I think guys crushed him here today. But we just need to crush one. Oh, and then we'll be all right. I got a couple nice ones. I got a 4.5, a 4 1/4, 3.5. Just needed the other 3 to go with them.
So that's 3 fish for
They're
12
over here
pounds right
somewhere.
there. 3 fish for at least 12 pounds.
Yeah.
A couple more throws here. We'll
He's right. I mean, he needs to catch 2 fish in this
on to
last
the
15,
place.
20
There's 2
minutes.
places. I think that one of the next 2 stops we're going to get a bite, and I hope it's a big one. Should be.
Definitely give him a good shot to
Still got
make
that
a move
2.
tomorrow.
You still got that 2-3 on Bass Track and a 3-0.
Yeah.
And with that calmness, relatively calm for
Come
the
on,
Great Lakes,
St. Clair Beast.
that only helps him that he didn't have to. It's not
Move
a
around.
longer
Right over
journey,
here.
taking 2 hours of his day. Instead, it's closer to an hour.
Had 2 guys get over 19 pounds, Patrick Walters, the 311, and Pat Schlopper with a 411 got over 19 pounds.
So if Patrick Walters says he has 19, we all know he's got 21.
At least.
Hey, he just got. He fished the NPFL event at Saginaw Bay down the road from where we are now, just last week. Got second place by 2 ounces. But here's Patrick Walters and his credibility and character. He took his roommate back in to weigh in, and his roommate was the one who beat him by 2 ounces. Him bringing him back on the final day when he broke down, he brought his roommate back, and his roommate, they were first and second. Same bags in the boat.
You don't leave your roommate out on the water.
No, you don't leave your roommate out, but
Yeah.
that was a, you know,
If you ever
first or a
had,
second.
if you ever believed in karma whatsoever, do not leave your roommate out on the
No.
Hey, Ed Lofgren is back in the lead. He called with a 4.7. He's up to 22.3. 3
So-
ounces ahead of Shane LaHue.
Back to your doing so great on Drain the Lake. I just got a confirmation from Mark Zona. I quote, "No, I will not take Suk fishing."
Oh, wow.
Can
thanks.
he deny? I mean, if you win overall, can he?
I'm a Bass employee. I'm
Can
not
you
eligible for prizes.
Can you sue
I
him?
think Sue can such.
Yeah.
I mean, suits can sue.
I'll take him fishing.
You know how them St. Louis-based lawyers are. I think Such could do it. Aren't you from that region?
Yes.
Yeah, see?
He might take you to Muscatmook Bay August the 12th
Yeah,
and
that's
dump
what,
you out.
Hey, negotiate that. No fishing. Let's just go raft off in the bay. We'll see what happens. Ed Locker and your brand new leader, and this is what we want to see, the leaderboard, no doubt. Shane LaHue. Hey, we're not seeing some of the guys like Chad Pipkins or Jeff Gustafson on the leaderboard, but the last second catches for them are going to make a difference in keeping them in the race to compete for this title as we get through the event. So 20 pounds, 12 ounces get you in the top 10, and we're going to see if that can up that total in the next 30 minutes. We'll be right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by
Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats,
Progressive Insurance,
and by
Rapala.
Bassmaster Live rolling into the last segment here. We're going to leave you a few minutes earlier than we normally would because the Bassmaster Elite Series weigh-in fires up right when we're supposed to end live. So we will leave you right there. And whoa.
Wow.
I don't know who's flying that, but they're going to owe some money. Speaking of money, the Power Pole replay of the day, it pays $0 for Jeff Gustafson, but we're going to crown him as the Power Pole replay of the day. Not only is he the classic champ, not only did he prove me wrong and win the classic with all smallmouth, I still asterisk it and say one of them was a mean mouth. It's not a full-blown smallmouth itself.
Oh,
He's living life in the fast lane here at St. Clair. Feeling comfortable up north, and his flurry of fish throughout the day and a kicker late in the day, a little bit of extra coal, key for his standing. He is the Power Pole replay of the day. So we go to a 4-box with Chad Pipkins, Jeff Gustafson, Clark Wendland, and Seth Fighter. Seth looking a little bit shallower than we've seen him today. Doesn't it look a little on the right side, like it's at the bottom?
Oh, that's a structure. No doubt about it. He is shallower than we've seen him earlier.
Oh, I saw some siren a little bit.
Yeah. Chad Pipkins, top left, made the run all the way to Lake Erie. Desperately needs to get rid of, unofficially has a 2-pound 3-ouncer in his live well. Got to get rid of those 2-pounders.
One key thing, because the field flips, guys that are in the first flight will be last flight tomorrow. If we have more sun, better weather, a guy like Chad Pipkins who might need more time today to cull a 2-pounder out, if he's stuck with it, the one positive, if he can get to his area, maybe his water cleans up, it can clean up and have better weather on his longest day of the fishing tournament. You know what I'm saying? He'll have longer to fish, maybe better conditions for the water and better sun penetration. He'll be able to maybe bolster his weight more than the average bag.
TH Marine weather forecast, so the chance of thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon could be huge for anglers that choose to make a longer run.
We're hoping those afternoon means like 6 p.m.
Like, yes, yes.
5 p.m.
And they usually do. They're usually a little later coming in.
Yeah. As Pipkins is going to inch a little closer to Brandenburg Park and Anchor Bay. He's going to make a move closer to the takeoff, maybe get a few more casts in. Wanted to point something out, guys. This week, this is our 6th Elite event at Lake St. Clair. It's been a great destination. It's also been a destination to some Bassmaster Opens, and our conservation director, Gene Gilliland, has given me some info that we'll talk about throughout the week.
It's gone pretty good. I mean, I've caught just a...
We have partnered with the Michigan DNR and the Fisheries Division collaborating with our elite event this week to tag 15 smallmouth bass tomorrow. We're going to tag 15 smallmouth for ongoing tracking to see migration, growth patterns. There's a lot of good evidence as well.
That when
tracking
I ran and fished the Canadian side and practiced,
sized fish.
I found a bunch of fish over there too. But I mean, you
throughout
can't
the
go
thing.
fish them all. So
We'll get into more.
I'm just
Obviously,
fishing where
we're
I
gonna
think
listen
the
to Clark
most
Wendland talk right now.
better fish are, and I've had a good day, but not great.
Greg and Grant Gallagher, who caught that 10.15 last year on Erie, the Ohio, studied it and said it was a 16-year-old male, I believe.
What?
Yeah, they thought it was a female.
And that's interesting you say that, Such, in some of this data that
continue
they've
what you
given
were
us.
talking about there.
21-inch fish, 25% of those 21-inch fish are 12 years old. So knowing one that could last to 16 years old, there are fish in Lake Erie that have never been caught, never seen a bait probably, just to the depths they could live. So there's a lot of different studies, the percentage of those fish and how big they are, what year range they are. Average weight for a 21-inch smallmouth in St. Clair is a 5 1/3, 5 1/4.
They thought it was a male. It was a female, and they say it's rare for any smallmouth to get over 14 years old.
Yes.
Wow. But it'll be a cool spectacle to see tomorrow's weigh-in, taking 15 various weighted fish and aged fish, tagging them. You'll see that lip ring that a lot of these anglers have caught through caught tagged fish. It's all a part of the research studies as we look at some footage of Clark Wendland earlier today. Very cool to partner with Michigan DNR on that and their fisheries division.
That's really incredible to think back. It's been a long time ago since Ray Scott really pushed catch and release. I mean, that has been a number of years ago, but in the big picture of things, it hasn't been that long ago. And to think about our northern fisheries where those fish grow so slowly and it takes them so many years to not catch and release a 10, 12-year-old fish that is just, still has years to grow and to get bigger and stronger, and it's just really incredible how it has changed freshwater fishing, just largemouth and smallmouth bass, catch and release.
Don't kill your catch efforts. Got a lot more from, we were teasing it at the Bassmaster Classic, all of those old stories on how we got to where we are now, trying to preserve those and tell the story of bass. I know you've been interviewed for some of those, Davey. It's cool to see the progression of it, and still, even with the disagreements in the industry or in the world on how conservation should go.
Crawling around down there.
There are great people at the helm of our conservation division of bass that are trying to fill the footsteps of Ray Scott and what the foundation he set. Gene Gilliland and Barb Elliott in New York, and you could name every single
the list goes on and on.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. For over 50 years.
For sure.
Not for 2 or 3 years, but for over 50 years.
Not off a bright idea or whatever. It's been proven and tested. Very cool to see.
I gotta mention Cole Sands. He caught a 5.5 pounder, our second biggest fish. He's in 7th place right now with more than 20 pounds. He's in 44th in AOY. He started the season 102nd. He was 57th after Sabine.
Yeah, I need him to do better. He was my Rookie of the Year pick, and I didn't like to see that 102 Such in the first event. That hurt my feelings. Very unhelpful.
Surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, he is a great Tennessee River angler. Actually fished on the same high school team as Jacob Fouts. When Jacob moved to Tennessee, they fished on the same team. They fished in the same college team as well, both in the Elite Series. Davey, Such, it's been a phenomenal day one. We saw numbers that we expected. We've seen some quality, and then the rest of the field not on camera has also put in work, and I can't wait to watch the weigh-in with our fans and see what, 20 pounds gets you 25th,
Yeah, I'm eager to see the weigh-in. I always enjoy watching Dave Mercer and Lisa put those fish on the scale and talk to the anglers. There are going to be a lot of anglers that are surprised. Even though they're expecting big things, we are at Lake St. Clair, but gosh, the fishing has been great and the weights are going to be phenomenal. I'm saying 26 bags, 20 pounds or more.
Oh, 26, okay. And midday for the folks at home, not that it matters worth anything, I said 23. It has definitely grown from that. I wouldn't be surprised if 23 was left in the dust. Like we said, we're going to leave you in just a moment. Weigh-in will shortly begin from Bassmaster.com coverage. Get to your computer right around that 2:50, 3 o'clock mark. The boats will be checking into Brandenburg Park. They don't have a long idle, so there's no delay in weigh-in. Once they dock up, weigh-in should start close after. But we will see you at the weigh-in.
We got to mention the executive producer, Mike McInnes, is in the house. Stop by to say hello.
Get those brownie points, Davey, as we head to weigh-in time with Dave Mercer and Lisa Talmadge, Shane LaHue, Ed Lochran. They're basically swapping out the Yeti hot seat. We will see you tomorrow morning, Bassmaster Live.